Chapter 1296. Lu Su sat on the edge of a huge rock on the shore. The waves washed the 3-meter-tall rock, causing it to tremble slightly before returning to its original state. She sat lazily on the huge rock and stretched out her soft limbs. She changed into a cool green dress, and a lazy expression hung on her gorgeous face. She was very relaxed, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot because she had seen her fellow countrymen in this world for so many years. The pace of that world was very tense, and there was not much time to relax. It was rare to see such a relaxing scene in such a distant world, and she also wanted to relax. She shook her head and shook off the messy thoughts in her mind. All of a sudden, she felt a very exaggerated fluctuation of rules. She raised her head abruptly, and her lazy expression was swept away by the fluctuation. Habitually, a touch of seriousness and sharpness surged up. A moment later, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Her expression was also startled. Many people on this beach also felt the abnormal situation, but it was only for a moment. After that, no one paid attention to what had happened. "Beauty, are you alone? Do you want to come and play with us?" A young man climbed up the rock and invited her with a shy face. He pointed at a group of people below with his finger. There were 6 young men and women gathered together, and they were all young people, unlike her. Although she was young, she had lived for many years. She smiled and shook her head, indicating that she had something on her mind. The young man shrugged and did not pester her, and returned to his group. Phew, Lu Su let out a long sigh of relief. She raised her head and closed her eyes, letting the sunlight shine on her face. However, after a moment, she felt a shadow blocking the sunlight, as if someone was coming. She thought that it was the boy, who had asked the others to come, and opened her eyes slightly impatiently, and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at her curiously from above. "Yo, it seems like you're enjoying yourself." Yun Nuoshing saw that she had come back to her senses, and raised her head to greet her. Lu Su froze for a moment and quickly sat down. "Although I told you that I would settle down by the sea, I didn't tell you that I would come here now. Well, how did you find me?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "There's no one on this planet that I can't find for the time being, especially someone I've already met once. How can I not find him?" She looked at them in surprise. Other than the little girl in white, she couldn't sense the auras of these 2 people. She was slow for a few seconds before she reacted. However, she only smiled and patted the ground beside her. "Have a seat. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yes, there is indeed something. We just came out of the Black Lake and learned a lot of information. You have been living on this planet for a while, so we wanted to ask you about it." Yun Nuoshing pulled the 2 girls to sit down and said bluntly. "You've already entered?" Lu Su's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, she thought that the 2 people in front of her might be people of a higher realm than her, and she felt relieved. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I've been working hard here for hundreds of years, sigh. Well, to be frank, that obelisk is actually from a mausoleum, and there is nothing precious left in it. There was something left in it, but it has been taken away. The only thing left is an ancient book that is useless to ordinary people. It recorded a piece of information that we value very much." Yun Nuoshing was still blunt. Lu Su was stunned when she heard that. She was stunned for a long time, and suddenly she smiled bitterly. Sigh. "In this world, there are many things that don't go as you wish. Yun Nuoshing looked at her from head to toe. Lu Su's body was tall and full, and her figure was graceful. She was also a peerless beauty. Even at this realm, she would not be ugly. However, he was not looking at her body, but just feeling her aura. She should be in a state of breaking the seal, and it should have been going on for a long time. It's been blocked for 60 million years. Noticing that he was sizing her up, Lu Su said frankly, but her expression was a little downcast. "My peers had already reached that level long ago. I was the only one who stayed where I was. The road ahead was long, and I couldn't find a way forward. Like a child, I gave up on myself and threw tantrums. In the end, I slipped out alone and left for hundreds of years. I wanted to leave that place where I lost my soul. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. This situation was not rare. It was just like the gods' realm dozens of eras later. Gods and divine gods were hard to find, but at least there were people who could barely find a way through the extremely narrow gap. However, even more people became ordinary. It was not that they were not talented enough, nor was it that they were not lucky enough. To put it in a very hurtful way, it might be that they were not lucky enough. After all, even if there was a chance in front of a peak god emperor, it was not that they could reach the post-god level just because they wanted to. The gap between these two realms was like the gap between before and after the creation of the world. It was on a completely different level. Removing those unreliable and uncontrollable factors, it still needed time and accumulation to reach a new realm. Lu Su had accumulated too much time, but she was still unable to reach the origin realm. Yun Nuoshing observed her state. Logically speaking, she should have reached the origin realm long ago, but she did not know why. However, there were many reasons. There were thousands of ways to reach the origin realm. Learning from other people's success stories was not very useful. After all, the number of failures was thousands of times more. So, you came out to change your state of mind and to relax? Yun Nuoshing said casually. Lu Su nodded. The sea breeze messed up her hair, just like her state of mind at the moment. It was chaotic and could not be sorted out clearly. How about I send you up? A sentence accompanied by the sound of the sea breeze came to her ears. Lu Su just listened and thought blankly. She was a little dazed. About 20 seconds later, her body stiffened. She looked at Yun Nuoshing as if she was looking at a crazy person. Ah, what did you just say? We've only been here for less than 3 hours, and you've already pointed us in a direction, allowing us to find what we're looking for. Since that's the case, how about I guide you and let you find your own path? Yun Nuoshing said softly. The kung fu used by the two is not much different. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Lu Su looked at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she suddenly smiled sweetly. Are you comforting me? No, it's not that I can't accept it. I have lived for so many years. What else can I not accept? At most, it's just a pity. I won't go down the wrong path because of it. No, I am serious. The problem is that you are talking to me in a tone like you are talking about strange things after a meal. I can't be serious about it. Lu Su smiled bitterly, also, even if… Well, I know that you might be a person of that realm, but it doesn't mean that you can casually. I believe you. Yun Nuoshing ignored her words and calmly took out a scepter that was only the size of a palm. Lu Su was immediately convinced. It was just a small thing that looked like a token. Only people who were personally given this token by the Guardian would have this token. Everyone in the realm of the gods knew about it. I didn't expect you to be someone by the Guardian's side, Lu Su murmured and said in a slightly sluggish manner. Well, although not long ago, I pinned him to the bed and beat him up. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly to himself. Ah! No, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and handed the small scepter token to her. Everyone knows about this token, but they don't know more about its uses. Even if they know, they won't be able to understand it. My path is only suitable for some extreme, abnormally extreme people. I can't feel that aura from you, so I can't personally give you anything. I'll give this to you. Just wear it on your body. It won't be long before you get what you want. Lu Su was stunned after receiving the token. She quickly wanted to return it to Yun Nuoshing, but he just waved his hand. I'll give it to you. Anyway, I can get more. She did not hear clearly in her panic. I said, I still have a few more. Just take it. Hui's divine domain will show you the way, lost maiden. Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands with a holy look on his face. Hearing this guy call the Guardian by her name, Lu Su also felt a little unnatural. Seeing his serious expression, she hesitated for a while, and solemnly wore the scepter around her neck. She breathed a sigh of relief. Well, thank you. You must have something to ask me. As long as I know, I can tell you. Oh, it's not a big deal. Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly became serious. Although he was serious just now, he was even more serious now. A few days ago, our home was attacked. It was done by the people of this planet. Oh, they also joined forces with a few other worlds. I just wanted to ask you if there were any special movements in the past few days. Lu Su's expression suddenly became frightened. She was very surprised when she heard that the divine realm was attacked. With the name of the number one world, there were still people who dared to provoke it. Then, when she heard that they were in the world of those people, she was even more stunned for a while. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's calm face, she could not help but ask, "You are not just here for a vacation, are you?" Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and sent a message to her soul. That's right, it's still there for now, but it won't be long before. For now, you can still wander around for a while. After a while, when we start moving, you can use that little scepter to return to our current stronghold to avoid being implicated. Lu Su's expression trembled violently. Her frightened gaze changed for a moment. Slowly, she frowned and said with a serious face, "Do you need my help?" "You are helping," Yun Nuoshing said. "The few of us are here to investigate a very strange energy presence that has appeared in this world. We speculate that it may be the mastermind behind the scenes. At first, we were a little confused and did not have a target. Now that we have found you, we just want to ask if you have seen this thing on this planet. A presence that is very similar to it is also fine." Yun Nuoshing suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. He even rubbed it up and down a little impolitely. However, Lu Su did not care about that. He had placed something in her palm very discreetly, completely isolated it from the outside environment, so that she could feel the energy presence, twisted, cold, and dark, full of negative emotions that spanned countless years. Such a thing could never be born in a normal world. It was simply something that was completely hostile to order. About a minute later, Yun Nuoshing retracted his hands without a trace. His expression was incomparably serious. "Did you see it?" Lu Su's expression was a little strange. She looked around without a trace. She only felt that the relaxed and lazy atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if there were many more strange people on the beach looking at them. It was just an illusion that originated from her heart. She nodded gently, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. In a very ancient family in Huanxi City. I once felt this presence, but it was already more than 100 years ago. After that, I did not feel it again. Yun Nuoshing was also very happy that he had confirmed the existence of this place for the second time. He could not help but reach out and pat Lu Su on the shoulder. He smiled gently and said, "You are really a lucky star. I have led half of the people of the celestial realm to wander in the void for decades. It was not easy to find traces of this place, but as soon as I saw you today, good news kept coming out." It had been a long time since she was praised. Lu Su blushed like a little girl. After hesitating for a moment, she could not help but say, "You led half of the people of the celestial realm? Oh right, you are the person beside Lord Hui. You should be a very important person. Oh, how should I say this? If you say it in front of me, neither of us will admit it. It's just that." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He told her some more details. After getting detailed information about the ancient family, he was about to get up and leave. "Wait a minute." Lu Su also hurriedly got up and grabbed his wrist. "I will go too. I have observed the area nearby. Maybe I can provide some help." Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and did not refuse. He brought her along and left the beach and entered Huanxi City. After entering the city, they changed out of Cuyu's overly obvious clothes. Only then did they set off for the ancient family. However, after entering the city, they heard some very concerning rumors circulating in the streets and alleys. Even their footsteps could not help but slow down. Have you heard? There are several major forces in Huanxi City that have found the legendary world. Moreover, it is not too far away. I have heard this news a long time ago. However, there was indeed some big movement in Huanxi City 6 or 7 days ago. However, it returned to normal in the end. It seems like nothing happened. Some people said that people have already gone to that world. Right now, they have obtained accurate information. It is confirmed that the world is indeed in that place. They have already sent back the information. Some high-level existences have even come back to life. These coordinates. But these coordinates are still very young. How could that legendary world be in such a new world? You don't know about this. That world is the same as our world. It is a world that can survive in the void. What is so surprising about it? It must have been replaced many times. Surprising? Those guys would send out the coordinates of the void to share? I feel like there is a trap. It is not like you don't know how chaotic the void is right now. What if it is a trick by some world to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The cause of this matter seemed to be caused by some of the ancient forces in this city. They sent out a mysterious coordinate that led to an ancient world. Moreover, it caused a huge movement on this planet. In an instant, more things happened. I have confirmed with I Ching and the others. They did not send out such a message. In other words, it might be their movement. For the time being, we don't know what they are plotting. Yun Nuoshing muttered, maybe they want to cause some chaos. Or maybe they felt that something was wrong with the void and came up with a countermeasure. If so many people left together, they could not be trapped in the void. Lord Feng, how should we deal with this? I Ching asked. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. The barriers that I asked you to seal off the 69 worlds should be ready, right? The seal is 90% complete. That part can be put to use. The remaining 10% is on the other side. It is an area that was discovered last minute. However, it will not affect your plan. If that is the case, then mark all the life forms that emerged from these worlds. When we attack, we will use the auras of the main combatants to identify them. See if there are any fellows who took the opportunity to sneak out. Don't let a single one of them go, Yun Nuoshing said coldly. Yes. But Lord Feng, are we going to capture people all over the void? I Ching nodded and smiled bitterly. Why do we have to capture people all over the void? Yun Nuoshing asked in surprise. Then, he said, lock those who went to the realm of the gods for sightseeing in a chaotic domain. Only let them out when the battle is over. When they are let out, it will be time to identify them. Don't let a single one of them go. Let those who stayed behind in the realm of the gods move. Leave a small hole in the creation's barrier. Make it big. Make it obvious but not too obvious. We have to make it look like the battle in outer space will affect the effect of the barrier. Then, cast the net and catch the fish. Understood. I Ching replied solemnly. Then, he cut off the soul communication and went to deal with the small changes here. Seeing his expression changing, Lu Su guessed that he might be communicating with something and did not disturb him. Now that he had calmed down, Lu Su went up to him and whispered, that ancient clan is among the ones who sent out the coordinates. The House of Kanglin used to be a very powerful clan on this planet. Unfortunately, they had gradually declined many years ago. After a last burst of activity more than 100 years ago, they fell into eternal silence. That was something everyone knew. Now that the clan had suddenly appeared and announced the coordinates, their existence itself had attracted everyone's attention. They were more concerned than the coordinate. It is said that 100 years ago, they used energy to open up a special small world and caused a commotion. The entire clan moved and hid in it to recuperate. Now there are only 3 to 5 heavenly god-tier beings left in the clan. The rest are just small shrimps. They do not have the ability to inherit the clan. They are selling the coordinates. They used the coordinates to exchange for many good things. It is said that they want to revive the clan. They sold it to many factions. In the end, those factions could not help but jump out and suppress the commotion. They also deliberately announced the coordinate. Looking at the time, the first batch of people should be on their way. I wonder how they are doing? On their way? What way? Are they going to conquer the first major world? Forget it. They will only be a tourist if they go there. Could it be that there are people who have some thoughts about that world? We don't know about that. Anyway, that's the news. We don't know the specific situation. There were those who were looking forward to it. Naturally, there were also those who were worried. Now that there were countless worlds in the void, the situation was getting more and more chaotic by the day. No one could suppress the entire void by themselves. So, they just let it continue to be chaotic. Some people were worried that someone was considering this world and was planning to do something to it. They had indeed guessed correctly. Someone had set their sights on this world. However, they had barged in openly. Right now, there was still a group of people who were busy in the void and the star region. The commander had even gone deep into the enemy's camp. At this moment, he was standing in front of a ruin. House of Kanglan, an ancient plaque that has been gone for many years. Yet, no one dares to occupy it? Interesting. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yun Nuoshing and the other two looked up at the broken plaque. His deep gaze then looked at the ruin. Light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1297. A void coordinate had caused a sensation. It pointed to a very new world, and countless people were paying attention to it. Although the news had been spread a few days ago, it was only officially confirmed in the past 2 days. Many people were looking forward to it. The veil of the legendary First World had finally been lifted. However, what they didn't know was that those who really knew about it had already gone there and caused some damage. Nobody even knew that they had been beaten back. The ones who spread the news now were probably those who had been beaten up. It was just that he didn't know what they were thinking. If they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape or cause trouble, well, he already had a corresponding solution. He just hoped that the truth wasn't too far off. While this star and the void were boiling, in an ancient ruin in Huanxi City, there were 4 people looking for the things they wanted to see. The space had already been sealed. Even if someone really wanted to enter this space in a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to bump into them. I always feel like I'm walking in these ruins. Yun Nuoshing, who was rummaging around, suddenly stood up straight. It threw away a piece of gravel in its hand and said helplessly. The little angel transformed into a transparent energy body and drilled around the broken buildings like a ghost. It quickly rummaged around. When it heard Yun Nuoshing's words, it couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it really did walk in the ruins a lot of times. Not to mention the later generations, it went to the land of destruction a few decades ago. It was estimated that it was the ruins of the highest standard in the entire void. Even when it walked into some worlds in those decades, it would also walk around some dilapidated ruins a few times. In its words, it was like the two of them were walking in the wasteland of history that had been forgotten by people, looking for stories that had been buried by time. It was as if it was looking for something. I didn't find anything. After all, it was something that happened 100 years ago. The ruins are empty. I don't think anything will be left behind. It thought for a while and decided to ignore Yun Nuoshing's words. It changed the topic. Did you see any special hidden places? This place is only so big. I think there's really nothing here. Yun Nuoshing shook its head and kicked a broken piece of wood under its feet. No, there's nothing here. There's nothing at all. There's not even a trace of life in this place. There are faint traces of distortion in the laws. It's very faint, but it's also evidence. They definitely stayed here before. With the nature of that kind of life, their existence alone will cause some distortion in the normal order and laws of the world of order. The traces of distortion left behind now were slowly repaired over the past 100 years. It can only be used as evidence and can't be used to do anything. As soon as it said that, the three people fell silent. They looked at each other and turned back to search. However, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, it was useless. This place was really so small, only about 3,000 feet in length and width. The souls of 2 peak reciprocity and 1 peak heavenly God swept back and forth in this place. They dug 3 feet into the ground and 3 feet into the void, but they couldn't find anything. When those people left, they seemed to have left in a very orderly manner. They didn't leave anything behind. When the Kanglan tribe left, it said that someone saw a portal to a small world open. Could it be that we're looking in the wrong direction? Lu Su said. If that's the case, it'll be very troublesome. Yun Nuoshing felt a slight headache. A small world was actually very hidden. If it was a small world created by someone at the same level, its laws would be close to perfect. It was no different from a normal world, so it would be even more difficult to find. After a day of not finding anything, Yun Nuoshing was not in a hurry to move. He rested at Lu Su's place for a night. They took the initiative to search, but they couldn't find anything. They also couldn't find the Kanglan tribe who were still alive. He had many ways to find them. As long as they were really on this planet, there wouldn't be a problem. A large-scale flood of information swept across the world. With the help of the World Core, any information he wanted would be exposed. However, that would cause a huge commotion. Before he came out, he had already said that this was a covert operation. He couldn't delay the main purpose of this trip because of this. Let's not talk about the Kanglan tribe for now. If they want the coordinates of the celestial realm, how about we give it to them? Still sitting on the giant rock by the shore, Yun Nuoshing suddenly said something so shocking that it startled the 3 girls. After a moment, he continued, one of the plan to push the boat with the current. But I just thought of it. If they want to go to the celestial realm, let them go. Let everyone in this part of the void rush to the celestial realm. Those who are not important will leave very quickly. Once they leave, only the primordial lifeforms in these places will be left. It'll be many times more convenient for us to act. Even if some of them leave, we don't have to be afraid. There's another net waiting for fish to crash into the door in the celestial realm. The group of people from the celestial realm had lived in the celestial realm for countless years. They were already used to living there. Even so, the celestial realm still hid many great secrets. In the eyes of others in the void, it was a brand new world that they had never been to before. Naturally, there were even more secrets hidden between heaven and earth, waiting for people to uncover them. The celestial realm was a big place, and there seemed to be no restrictions in doing anything. As long as one had enough power, one could survive. To put it bluntly, the celestial realm was a good place for emigration and retirement. The coordinates of the celestial realm were spread all over the planet. It was not a secret. Some children with good memories could even report a long list of coordinates. This made some vigilant people suspicious. Logically speaking, the major factions should have kept such a big secret to themselves. Now, it seemed like they wanted everyone in the void to know about the coordinates. They wanted everyone to rush to the celestial realm. The celestial realm is the world of the celestial realm. There are also people who say that the celestial realm only produces true gods in the celestial realm. The rebirth realm experts in other void regions cannot be taken seriously. They have their own secret. Now that the secret is right in front of our eyes, how can we not be moved? From now on, these voices were not only coming from Huanxi City, but from many other places in the void regions. Even if they don't have any ulterior motives, it would be good to just go and take a look. That huge and mysterious world has always been shrouded in fog. Who wouldn't want to take a look at it with their own eyes? Voices came from the 17 worlds in the void regions. Some guests from other void regions also learned about this news. They remained silent and cast their gazes towards the distant void regions. Their faces were as calm as still water. No one knew what they were thinking about. Some people had already set off immediately. They were still some distance away from the coordinates of the celestial realm. It was easy to get lost in the void regions. Even if they had the exact coordinates, they would need to teleport over and over again to slowly find their way there. Everyone, please calm down. This is a trap. Don't tell me that no one remembers how powerful those who came out from the celestial realm are. Compared to the hidden dangers in that world, the value of the celestial realm is not worth mentioning. If you don't even have your life, what else is there to scheme? Riches and honor are sought in the midst of danger. How old are you? You still don't understand the meaning of this? Danger, and opportunity coexist. If there is a corresponding risk, there will naturally be a corresponding value. That world is a magnificent and huge world. I have seen it from afar. It is incomparably huge and incomparably beautiful. That world is actually not much different from our world. Moreover, that world is not as unified as our world. It is a world that is greatly divided. It is enough to seek benefits in the crack. Moreover, the masters of the origin world have a reason to send out this message. They want to conquer the celestial realm. Naturally, they need more power. Now is the time to express their stance. There were many people who were listening to both sides. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were basically people of this type. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were either already on their way or had obediently returned home. They had no intention of daydreaming. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words would frown and loosen their brows at times. It was as if they were convulsing. Their faces were changing colors, as if they had just come out of a dye-house. You seem to know a little about that world. Come over and tell me about it. I want to hear it in detail. A noble person arrived at the scene and said to the young man who was speaking with fervor and assurance. The expression of the person who was speaking with extravagant eloquence changed slightly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Sir, I only saw it from afar. Right now, the void is so chaotic. A lot of news is coming from that world. It is said that there is a galaxy following that vast world. If you are more interested, you can actually go there and check it out." The noble guest pondered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to leave. He didn't see the strange smile on the young man's face behind him. The same lobbyists appeared in other worlds as well. There were more people in each world who seemed to have been there before. It was as if they had stepped into that world before. It was as if they had returned from afar and understood that world. Their words were like a fantasy story, but there were still many who believed them. It was unknown what made them believe in these people's nonsense. Lord Feng, the operations of the various worlds have begun. After the matter of the coordinates in the past few days, they have begun to persuade more people and forces to go to the realm of the gods. The results so far are not bad. It seems that they have been able to mobilize 60 to 70% of the entire planet's lifeforms. I Ching reported in the Soul. Yun Nuoshing sat on the surface of the sea and scooped up a fish from the sea. She held it by its tail and watched as it struggled to swing its tail. I thought that it was a completely unified world. I didn't expect it to be a unified world. It only has the core of the main world and many subsidiary worlds. It has a framework, but it is hollow. All the tributaries will eventually gather at the same place, but that place can't command all the tributaries at the same time. No matter how loyal the tributaries are, they are only loyal to a higher level that is engraved in their memories. At this time, without receiving orders from above, they will fight for themselves. Just as well. Then let me make use of it. He let go of the fish and let it return to the sea. He shook off the seawater on his hand and stretched. How is the realm of the gods? The world barrier has been connected to the creation's barrier. In just a minute we can close the world barrier and trap everyone in that world. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of peak origin, they won't be able to break it. Is the power left behind by the realm of the gods enough to deal with the impact of these hundreds of worlds? Just use absolute power to intimidate and suppress them. Those people are not soldiers who obey the absolute orders of one side. They are just some random people. There are even more random people who are easy to deal with. They won't riot collectively if we don't push them to the brink of death. We just have to control the extent of it. Qing Jun grinned. Yun Nuoxing pondered. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Cast the net and make it sturdy. When you pull the net, listen to my orders. When you pull the net, it is also the time for the operation to begin. Before that, ensure the flow of information. Yes. I Ching responded. The figure of Qing Jun disappeared from Yun Nuoxing's mind. Yun Nuoxing lay back. Just as she was about to lie down on the sea, she felt a soft touch at the back of her head. She looked up and saw the little angel, bending over and looking at her from above. She pursed her lips and smiled. She immediately knew where her head was resting. There are people who seek death every year. Since the time Axis resonated, there have been a lot of them. Yun Nuoxing stretched and rubbed the thigh of the little angel through her long skirt. She said lazily, "One thing leads to another. It's so troublesome." The little angel stroked his long hair. Feeling tired? I feel that I've spent more energy in the past few days than in the past few hundred years combined. That's because you've been lazy for the past few hundred years, she said grumpily. Siyu looked at him from the side. When she saw the little angel stroking his hair like a cat, she couldn't help but come over. She stretched out her finger and gently poked his face. Well, it was soft and bouncy skin. Yun Nuoxing lazily opened his eyes and glanced at her. Then, he closed his eyes again. He didn't care much. In his later life, he had to be treated as a pet, a doll, a pillow, and other strange things by several girls at the same time. He was already used to it. Siyu and the little angel were stroking the big cat's hair for a while. Then, a beautiful figure emerged in the space next to them. They both stopped when they saw it. Yun Nuoxing also sat up and looked at the person who appeared next to them. How is it? Lu Su emerged from the space and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. She sighed and shook her head. No, I went to confirm it. There is nothing left in the ruins of the Kanglan clan here. In addition, there are a lot fewer people in the city. Almost only some mortals with little energy are left. Well, it's the same on your side. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. When he saw Lu Su looking at him, he explained, before you came back, we had already confirmed the situation on the other side. We also visited some of the more famous ruins. We didn't find anything. The space is also very normal. It doesn't look like it's hiding anything. Sigh, I may not be able to find the small world. It's a small world created by people from different worlds. God knows how to sense it. Now I'm also tied up. Lu Su was a little apologetic. I can't help. Oh, you've already helped a lot. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He reached out and pulled Lu Su to sit down. At least we now have a more clear destination. It's locked on to this planet. There are many plans that can be taken. Without your guidance, we may not be able to find the Black Lake. Moreover, when I went to the Black Lake, I didn't sense anything at first. I had no idea that there would be something hidden there. Hearing that, Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. Other than here, the other cities are also. Well, if we count it this way, 40% of the life forms on this planet have already left. The remaining 30% are still in preparation. Yun Nuoxing counted with his fingers. Little angel, the remaining ones are the enemies we have to deal with? It doesn't seem to be a lot. One world isn't a lot. 2 worlds isn't a lot. But the ones left are 20% of the 69 worlds. If we count it this way, it's actually a considerable amount of power. We can't underestimate it. Yun Nuoxing smiled, his face slightly darkened. We can't relax before we completely crush them. They ruined my vacation. Damn it. At percent, this guy is swearing. The three girls could not help but smile bitterly. At first, they were also quite surprised when they learned that there were hundreds of worlds rushing to the realm of the god. Then, when they learned that it was under his control, they relaxed a little. After that, they could not help but look forward to that scene. Now, it seemed that they just needed to wait a little longer. Chapter 1298. It was a relatively young world, and the stars were not particularly large. It was still expanding leisurely, with countless stars twinkling as they were born, destroyed, and reborn. Smaller stars would absorb the remains of larger stars in a stable environment and reassemble, with newly born barren lands rapidly enriching themselves in the course of the world's development. It was a very normal scene in the world's operation, and the standard process of most worlds in the void. However, this star was different from others. Many years ago, when an ancient world broke into it, the entire world changed. Under the influence of that world, the laws and energy became a lot stronger. The center of the starry sky shifted to that world. As long as one walked into this world, they would be able to sense it without much effort. There was a huge vortex in this world, and the center of the vortex was easy to find. As long as one looked for traces of energy and laws, they would be able to find it. There was no concealment, and the life forms of that world wouldn't deliberately hide it. It was located in a relatively ancient system, having intruded upon this world when it was very young. Most of the stars that surrounded it were separated by a certain distance, and apart from some celestial bodies that originally belonged to that world, the others were attracted when it entered this world, becoming part of the celestial layer that surrounded it. The area it encompassed was huge, with a radius of perhaps hundreds of millions of light-years, and was the brightest spot in the entire starry sky. The realm of the gods was at the center of this dazzling and brilliant starry sky, and the massive system that was formed around it was fundamentally different from other systems. It was just that it had inadvertently pulled them in, and like a swarm of parasites, they would not be easily shaken off once they were caught. It was as if keeping up with this infinitely glorious world would make the long passage of time different, allowing them to become glorious as well. There was a little bit of possibility in everything. In the starry sky that was some distance away from that infinitely glorious world, this was a planet that was making long trips around the realm of the gods. It and its three siblings orbited a young planet, and in the layer of the celestial layer that surrounded the realm of the gods, there were indeed some areas that were suitable for the birth of life, and the planet before them might have been one of them. However, it was obvious that before it could give birth to a life of its own, it had been occupied by a group of extraterrestrial visitors. Some of those who held great respect and worship for the realm of the gods had built a settlement that resembled a small village next to a large city. At first, there were not many visitors, but in the past few decades, the planet had become somewhat prosperous, and most of those who came here were here for the realm of the gods. The chaotic situation in the void had also caused some disturbances on the realm of the gods, and the beings in the realm of the gods were obviously not so careless as to simply open their doors and let others in, so many chose to settle down in the only settlement not far away. For rebirth tier beings, this distance was just a walk in the morning, and it was not far at all, so it did not matter where they settled down. As for this part of the starry sky, they were more interested in that vast world, and had used their divine souls to explore it, but there did not seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. There were beings in other planetary systems as well, but they were clearly not of the same level as those in that world, and might not even be comparable to them. A city surrounded by a powerful energy barrier floated in the starry sky, and was very close to the planet where they had settled down. Part of its shadow was cast on the ground, and there was a passage in the city that led directly to the realm of the gods. At present, the city was a little chaotic, and an unusually large number of extraterrestrial visitors had descended upon this world and landed on this planet. They should have been able to find that vast world directly, but it had mysteriously disappeared. Even if they could feel the rules and energy flow in this world, they could not really find its location, as if it was hidden in a black hole. Now that they had entered the black hole, their eyes were dark, and they could not feel or see anything. It's so lively. This is the first time Divine Shadow City has been so lively since it appeared here. Even the great chaos in the void a few decades ago did not make this place so lively. Divine Shadow City was the city that floated outside the planet where they had settled down. The general idea was that it was in the shadow of the realm of the god. No one knew who had originally named it, but the name had been passed down from generation to generation. The owner of the tavern was an old man, but he was an Empyrean god of origin. He had quite a reputation in Divine Shadow City, and was one of the first people to enter this place when it was first established. He had traveled between Divine Shadow City and the realm of the gods many times, and he still held a great deal of respect for that vast world. That hazy world seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and it was difficult to see through it. "Old man, do you know why so many people have appeared here?" There were several young people sitting at a table nearby, and they were currently resting and drinking. When they heard the old man sigh, they could not help but laugh. What other reason could there be? Isn't it because some other worlds have finally found the location of the realm of the gods? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Everyone has come here for the same reason, but it's really rare to see such a large group. Could it be that people from an entire world or several worlds have come here? The young man laughed loudly. "Old man, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a group from our world. I can assure you that the people who have come here today are from our world. There are hundreds of worlds." "Oh, no wonder. I see," the old man replied. The old man nodded and raised his glass. Then, he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. "There are still many people exploring the realm of the god. If the news gets out, more people will come here. The name of the realm of the gods has spread throughout the void. It's the first big world in the 8 elements realm. It's a very beautiful world. Unfortunately, you came here at the wrong time." The young man was still very interested a moment ago, but when he heard that, he was stunned for a moment. He quickly took the wine pot and sat down, poured the old man a full cup, and asked in a low voice, "Old man, what do you mean by wrong time?" The old man still drank the wine in one gulp, smacked his lips and said, "That world has closed." "Closed?" This time, a large group of people in the tavern turned their gazes over. They all came from the same world, and their goal was to go to that world. "Yes, this old man has lived here for 50 to 60 years, and has been to the realm of the gods countless times. I don't know what happened in the realm of the gods some time ago, but a peerless combatant from the realm of the gods, sealed that world and chased out most of the foreign visitors. Those who did not come out were said to be under surveillance, but I don't know the specifics. You see, I couldn't let go of this tavern, so I snuck out," the old man said softly, shaking his head. His snow-white beard that hung down to his chest also fluttered twice. The people in the tavern were a little restless. Some frowned and turned the cups in their hands. After a while, they suddenly rushed out of their seats and went to the most crowded place in Divine Shadow City. Some people looked at each other and discussed, not knowing whether to believe it or not. "Old man, do you know the specific reason? How did that glorious world suddenly—" The young man was unable to hide his dejection as he asked, unwilling to give up. They had come from so far away, so they obviously did not want to leave so easily. To them, crossing through space was not difficult, but it had taken them quite a lot of effort to find this place. After all, they were not as powerful as the gods and origin source existences. Well, this old man doesn't know the specific reason, but at that time, a few high-level origin-level beings had objections. They wanted to cause trouble, but they were crippled by a wave of energy and were directly blasted out of the realm of the gods. It is said that this wave of energy appeared once when the void first became chaotic. There were hundreds of origin-level beings fighting in the sky above the realm of the gods. Perhaps because someone almost affected the realm of the gods, that wave of energy came out to intimidate them. A few people were implicated, and not even ashes were left behind. The remaining people did not dare to fight wantonly, and some of them ran away. The others did not dare to make a move again. The old man took a sip of wine and grinned. I was actually there at that time. I thought I was going to die there. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. This guy was a mysterious person. That world was mysterious, and it was also very dangerous. If you want to know more, you can go and see for yourself. Divine Shadow City has built a passage that leads directly to the realm of the gods. It is only a few 100 million miles away, and you can fly the rest of the way. Ever since the realm of the gods was sealed, many people have been going there every day. They can see what is going on inside, and the people inside can see what is going on outside. They can even communicate with each other, but there is no way to enter. Some people think that it is because of that barrier, and some think that it is because of some forbidden method. Who knows? That big shot probably has some kind of heaven-defying method. If he is the one who sealed off the realm of the gods, there is no way to enter. What if we force our way in? Someone in the corner asked. The old man suddenly narrowed his eyes and shot a sharp glance at that person, saying, I advise you to give up on this idea. After saying that, he relaxed and said lazily, But I don't know what will happen. I just hope that you won't do anything stupid and make us unable to go to that world in the future. Sigh, what a beautiful world. I have only been there for such a short time. I really want to go there again in my lifetime. Just now, his aura had shocked everyone in the tavern. Now, he was acting like this again. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the few young people talked for a while, they cupped their hands at the old man and left the tavern. They planned to go to that world and see what was going on. But there are so many people in this place. The young man just now looked at the sea of people and could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that many people had come to that world, but he did not expect so many people to come. Was this the full force of the nest? The square in front of him was the only passage from Divine Shadow City to the realm of the gods. In the past, he had never thought that there would be so many people here. There was no room for them at all. They were all squeezed on the houses nearby. The streets were full of people. Many experts were impatient from waiting. They stared in the direction of the passage and left Divine Shadow City to find their own way. Most of the people who stayed here were worried that they would get lost. The Yen family's fleet, 16 starlight ships, can hold 100,000 people. We have the coordinates of the realm of the gods. If you don't want to wait in line, you can come here. There are still many seats. Hurry up if you want to come. The last 300 seats. Our ship is twice as fast as the one next door. There are still 5 minutes before the ship departs. We are all from the same world. Any ticket will do. Young man, look at your red face. Something good must have happened. How can we miss this ship to the new world? Look at the little things here. Just buy a free ticket. Time is of the essence. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. At this time, a few young people heard a few shouts, but the content of the shouts made them dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the people of their world would bring their own boats. Moreover, they specifically chose to shout at the middle and back of the queue. They really couldn't refuse. Some people whose patience was almost exhausted considered for a moment, then impatiently left the queue and went to look for the guys who drove the boats. We don't know how long we'll have to wait in line like this. Why don't we?" The young man looked to the side and motioned to his companions. The other man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's good too. I just took a peek. The price is not that high. Those who came are all big families and factions. There shouldn't be a problem." The few of them paid a small price and boarded the Yen family's ship. Not long after they stood firm, there was a loud sound of a bugle horn. The 16 ships shone with divine light under the starlight. They turned at an angle and passed by in a flash. Wow, weren't there 100,000 seats just now? It's only been 2 or 3 minutes. The young man's face was covered in sweat. Did this mean that they ran faster? Many people from our world came. When we came, I confirmed with the family that 70 to 80% of the people from each world came. There are dozens or even hundreds of worlds in that main world, the woman in the group said softly. Along the way, they were constantly jumping through space. Divine Shadow City was in the shadow of the gods' world. However, that world was too big. Even if there was light, its shadow was still huge and boundless. It was obvious that there was still some distance to go. However, in this vast world, Divine Shadow City was the closest stop to the gods' world. There were many people traveling with them along the way. Many ships flew past the same place. They also saw a passage filled with starlight that led from the back to the front. In a flash, they were left behind. That was probably the teleportation passage to Divine Shadow City. It was indeed much faster than them, who were stowaways. When the fleet reached a certain location, they would collectively pause for a moment, as if adjusting their direction and searching for their target. After circling around a star system that was filled with stars, they began to speed up again. This star system wasn't dark at all. The sky was filled with endless stars, as if they were about to ignite the entire starry sky. This was an exaggerated celestial body layer. The brighter the stars ahead, the closer they were to the center of this magnificent star system, and the closer they were to the realm of the gods. Someone on the ship introduced them. He had only arrived here a few days earlier than them, but it was as if he already knew everything and explained everything clearly and logically. Buzz! After jumping back and forth for quite some time, the fleet finally came to a stop with a clatter. Several young people hurriedly ran to the deck and looked over from the edge of the ship. In front of them was a huge screen of energy. A majestic world that stretched as far as the eye could see suddenly appeared in front of them. It had a suffocating aura, and it was ancient and primitive. It was like a primordial beast that was crawling. "The gods' world, we've arrived," the young man exclaimed. Another man in the group, who was silent, frowned. He felt another aura, an aura filled with blood and slaughter. He felt a little uneasy. Chapter 1299. This is the grand panorama of the first major world. When they arrived, they found that many people were already waiting for them. There were a lot of people, but it was not enough to fill the entire starry sky. They all stood at a suitable distance and looked at the world covered by a transparent barrier. Countless people from various great clans and factions gathered here, their eyes flashing as their thoughts churned. A miracle, a miracle! There is actually a world in this world that can give off such a presence, as expected of a world created by the ancient god. The coordinates have been lost many years ago, and the first major world is not a world that stays in the same place. It has been gone for many years, and I never thought that we would have an opportunity to find the location of this world. The man who was silent was called Chihua. After they got off the ship, they found a place where there were not many people and looked down at the endless land from an angle. They all exclaimed in surprise, but Chihua frowned and felt a little uneasy. "I feel uneasy," he said to the young man bluntly. "Uneasy?" He scratched his head in surprise. When he saw Chihua nodding seriously, even with a serious expression, he also became a little solemn. His companion was especially sensitive when it came to things that could not be explained clearly. Even some of the higher gods might not be as sensitive as his almost clairvoyant senses. If he said that something was wrong, there must be something wrong. The young man thought for a while and said, "Why don't we just walk around here for a while and don't go down? You see, didn't the old man in the tavern say that the people of the divine realm are not very hospitable now? Now that so many people have gathered here, some of them who are ready to cause trouble might do something stupid. We can just watch from the side and stay away while we are at it. What do you think? Chihua was silent for a while and closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. I can't say. That feeling is very strong, but it is erratic. Anyway, let's not get too close. I feel that something is wrong all over my body after leaving Divine Shadow City. His companions looked at each other solemnly. They had never heard him give such a strange and serious answer when they were in danger in the past. It seemed that this trip would not be too peaceful. Some very powerful deity-level masters had already circled around the deity's realm. When they returned, they shook their heads at the others. They could not find a loophole for them to enter. It's a flawless barrier, and it's flowing with a very powerful energy. If you want to enter, you might have to break it and open a hole. Since they had already come this far, no one was willing to give up. Even some of the more perceptive fellows hesitated for a moment, then followed the other major powers and continued forward, getting closer and closer to the god world. Since they had already arrived at the first major world, who would give up so easily if they didn't go in and take a look around? Even though we are separated by a barrier, we can still feel the boundless power. The energy density here is dozens of times higher than that of our world. There's no need to even talk about the rules here. No wonder the experts from the deity realm are so powerful. Their world is simply too powerful. Well, it would be great if we could go deeper and see the scene inside. Some people were not satisfied with just standing here and looking into the distance. They could only see the mountains and rivers at the edge of the land and could not see the magical scene inside. Boom! One person could not help it. After learning that they had to break the barrier in order to enter, he angrily blasted his energy at the barrier. The powerful explosion of energy did not even cause a ripple on the barrier. Chihua saw that someone had actually acted rashly, and his heart trembled. Oh no! It's really bad! The young man was also shocked by the sudden energy impact. After a moment, he waved his hand and hurriedly retreated far away with his companions. The energy impact was like a bugle call to attack. Many people did not understand the situation and thought that a major power had made a move. Then, they wanted to help break the barrier when they made a move. Waves of energy rumbled, carrying powerful divinity fluctuations and energy of the rules. They fell on the barrier like a rain of stars. Rumble! Large areas of energy light exploded, dyeing the entire star region in a brilliant white. It was as if hundreds of suns were shining on the land of the deity realm. The powerful energy that suddenly erupted contained the energy of origin and heavenly god-tier life forms. It spread across the entire deity realm without any concealment. That kind of fluctuation could not be concealed, so in an instant, countless people looked at the side of the creation's barrier that had been attacked. After a moment, they looked at each other. Our guardian's barrier has been attacked? The energy is so powerful. It's probably some high-level existence among the gods. The deity realm has been sealed for a period of time. I don't know what they want to do. Even if they want to do something, there's nothing they can do. Our guardian has personally created a powerful barrier. What can those fleas do to break it? They can't do anything except disturb our peace. But our divine ancestors and the other gods seem to have gone out. The deity realm's defenses are now empty. Don't worry, the barrier can't be broken. Just trust in our guardian. Everyone in the deity realm was shocked when they saw the energy flames. A moment later, the careless nerves they had trained in the deity realm came into play. They returned to normal and began to talk about the prices of the morning's dishes. Some of the rebirth realm experts were paying attention. They gathered at the place where the energy waves were surging. When they saw the seemingly endless sea of people outside, they were all shocked. They couldn't understand why so many people would gather here and attack the barrier of the myriad gods' world. Oh, should we go and stop them? It seems like there are quite a few heavenly gods and origin gods. Who can go and ask our divine ancestors and primogenitors? The deity realm might be in danger. Our divine ancestors and primogenitors aren't here. No, they aren't. It seems that the Lord Guardian has summoned them for some special operation. For a moment, everyone smiled bitterly. The person who had just spoken was also stunned, then laughed awkwardly. He had forgotten that their primogenitors and divine ancestors had gone out with the Lord Guardian. It was said that it was a big operation. This operation was not deliberately hidden, so many people knew about it. However, the information was only passed on to those in the rebirth realm. When it reached those in the lower ranks, they only knew that their heavenly gods had gone out, but they did not know where they went or what they were doing. Then what should we do? Do we have to take out the divine weapons and God's Park weapons suppressed in our sect? These people don't seem to have good intentions. If we don't deal with them, the barrier will be bombarded indiscriminately. I'm a little worried. The many heavenly gods and gods looked at each other, nodded and turned to leave. They wanted to go back to their sects and retrieve their divine weapons for defense. Well, there's no need to prepare. You can all step back first. A gentle voice came from the side, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This voice was very powerful. Just as they were about to open the door and leave, they stopped abruptly. They quickly turned around and saw a woman with light blue hair slowly walking out of the space. Her slender body was like a willow tree, and her beautiful face had a gentle smile. Noble and divine energy constantly radiated from her body, calming everyone's slightly disturbed hearts. Lord Jing Yuanji. Someone recognized this woman and was slightly surprised. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Jing Yuanji smiled and waved her hand at everyone. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She was not worried at all. This is a barrier that Sir Feng Koff, we personally reinforced. Those little things outside won't be able to break through. They've just gathered. She hurriedly glanced outside the rumbling barrier and counted. There's only 300 or 400 origin-level creatures. There's less than 50 high-grade ones. What's there to worry about? So it's a barrier created by Lord Hui. No wonder it's so hard. Those guys definitely can't break through. The gods and heavenly gods present all let out a sigh of relief. After learning that the barrier was created by their protector, they all relaxed. They believed that with their protector's strength, there was no way those little fleas would be able to break through the barrier. After learning that the defenses were secure and that there was a high-grade heavenly origin god here, no one was in a hurry to go back and find some sort of defense. Instead, they all stayed behind with great interest, sizing up the people who had launched the attack. They wanted to figure out where these people had come from some of the information they had gathered. Lord Jing Yuanji, do you know where these people came from? Someone stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully to Jing Yuanji and asked. These people? Jing Yuanji's gaze swept across the starry sky. Her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed. They're a bit similar to the group of enemies that fought in the divine realm's conceptual layer and the void at the same time. Some of their clothing and outfits are a bit similar. In addition to the world that Lord Feng, Lord Hui and the others went to, I think there's an 80% chance that these people came from that world. Those people from those worlds? Why would they suddenly appear here? Everyone was shocked. I'm not sure about that. Although the information from the front line hasn't been cut off, we still don't know what's going on over there. Jing Yuanji shook her head. The protectors of the divine realm went to other worlds and fought in the void. These things were no longer very strange, nor was it a secret worth hiding. On the contrary, the people of the divine realm would turn this into a legend. Otherwise, why would there be so many stories about the protectors and the observers in this world? A considerable number of them were adapted from the real things that they had experienced. Everyone watched here for a long time. After seeing that the barrier was indeed not dangerous, some people cupped their hands to Jing Yuanji and took their leave. Others chose to guard here like the latter to prevent any accidents from happening. The creation's barrier isolated the aura of the outside world. Watching countless energy blooming on the barrier was like watching fireworks in the sky during a festival, except that the power of these fireworks was enough to sink some worlds into the void. Jing Yuanji was one of the people who stayed behind to guard the rear. She was randomly assigned, and her fighting style determined that she was indeed suitable for defense. Although she was a little unwilling and wanted to go to the front line, after weighing the pros and cons for a while, she still chose to stay behind and guard the home. The main reason was that she was praised by Lord Feng for her strength. She felt a little smug. Calling for the divine realm. You can use it as long as I give you permission. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Suddenly, her voice became serious. Then, this is your mission. Wait for a while. When you feel that the number of life forms in front of you has reached 60% of the 70 worlds, then take action. Use the creation's barrier to seal the world barrier. Don't let anyone leave this world, and then suppress everyone. Those people are ordinary people in our world. Some of them are just ordinary people. It's hard to say if there are some who sneak in. No matter what, they can't enter the divine realm. You can also not let them leave. From now on, you can start monitoring the world barrier. If any of them leave, capture them first. Yes, I won't let you down, Jing Yuanji replied with great solemnity. When the conversation was over, Jing Yuanji still maintained a respectful expression. After waiting for a while, a huge amount of information surged into her mind. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. After she finished receiving the information, she let out a long sigh of relief. She rubbed her forehead and muttered to herself, "Looks like there's going to be a big commotion on Lord Feng's side. He wants to drag everyone here. It looks like I need to find a few people to help. I can't deal with so many people by myself." There were dozens of Empyrean gods of origin left in the divine realm. It looked like she would need to call them over. At that thought, a hint of pride appeared on Jing Yuanji's face. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Lord Feng had given her command of this operation. It made her strangely excited. Jing Yuanji turned and disappeared. She came to the side of the group waiting in the distance and said, "Look after this place for me. I'll go get some people. Make sure no one sneaks in. Don't worry, Your Eminence. Even if there's something wrong, we'll take care of it." The group replied. Jing Yuanji nodded. Then, she turned and melted into space. It was as if she had become one with the space, and finally disappeared. On the other side of the void, Yun Nuoshing ended her conversation with Jing Yuanji. Moments later, she sent a message to the temple hidden at the bottom of the void, to other parts of the void, and to all the soldiers of the divine realm who were on the move. "The fish are running into the net. It's going to be lively over there," she whispered. There was a hint of mischief in her tone, but it made the faces of countless people turn solemn. They looked at each other with sharp eyes, knowing what she meant. The divine realm was on the move. The fish baskets might not be able to hold all of them. "We'll need some of the fishermen who have rested to catch any fish that might slip through the net. The sea here is still calm." The little angel couldn't help but punch him. "Can't you be serious?" "Ahem. So, in order to not let the battle over there affect here, we'll need some hunters, to guard against any fish that might slip through the net. At the same time, we'll hunt down the prey that's wandering in the void." Yun Nuoshing coughed softly. Even though her tone had suddenly changed, the group did not interrupt. They listened carefully to her orders, and as they exchanged glances, they had already processed some information. "Also, we can start to implement the blockade of the 1,000 worlds. Start from the other side facing the divine realm. Leave an opening for them to get out. Then, it's almost time to start the feast," Yun Nuoshing said with a smile as she spread her arms. Everyone's eyes flashed and they all laughed coldly. Their fighting spirit soared. A feast. It was indeed a feast. But it was a feast that belonged to them. Chapter 1300. It was a small city at the edge of a world group in the void. Countless stars flickered within the world's light, illuminating the entire planetary system. Even this world, which was a little distance away from its own world, was teeming with life, and had even built a void passageway to connect it to the nearest world. The appearance of the passageway had welcomed many life forms to this relatively remote world, but at the same time, it had also brought about the chaos that permeated the void. Now, however, a new piece of information had appeared in the void, causing the chaos to dissipate as countless life forms left the place, leaving the place rather empty for a time. Today, this world had welcomed a new group of guests. They were dressed in clothes of similar style, slowly walking out of the void like ghosts and standing at the edge of the world. Their imposing presence unfurled from their bodies as if they had no intention of concealing themselves. Their aggressive manner did not resemble a group of visitors, but a group of thugs who had come to cause trouble. After a while, this group of people looked at each other, and the horrifying aura suddenly retracted. They looked at each other as if they had received some information. Rays of light flowed through their eyes as they communicated silently for a moment. Then, they all cast their gazes in a direction in the starry sky. Lord I Ching, according to the information from the world core, there is only one gathering point of life in this world that has traces of them, and they should still be there now. The youth in white robes at the front took off his mask and casually put it away. According to the information we've received, those 17 worlds have considerable influence in this world group, and there are traces of them even in the most remote places. What are the names of their bases in other worlds? If I remember correctly, it's called the 3,000 Divine Realms. It's spread across the various realms of the void and acts as a sort of trading center. They trade with the local primal life forms and collect almost 1/10 of the materials of the realms, with some of the items being so special that they would be ranked among the best even in the divine realm. If the records of the world core are correct, the 3,000 divine realms are also nurturing and recruiting talents, probably sending many good seedlings to the 17 overworlds, a woman beside I Ching said respectfully. To put it bluntly, they're just robbing people and resources in other worlds, although their methods are unreproachable. Another youth shrugged. I Ching stretched his body and casually took out a piece of dark red crystal. He glanced at it and then crushed it. With the crisp sound of the crystal, an obscure energy surged beyond the limits of speed towards every corner of the planetary system, engulfing the entire world in an instant. Then let's get some exercise. I Ching looked up and smiled, his handsome young face filled with a harmless smile. It had become the center of the world's light cluster, incomparably glorious and prominent. It had always been like this since the 3,000 divine realms arrived countless years ago. Back then, no one would have thought that the ruler of this most prosperous planet would be a strange organization that resembled a chamber of commerce but was not purely a chamber of commerce. When they arrived, there was a fierce battle, leaving cruel scars on the entire planet, almost washing the entire planet clean. Now, those scars had been filled up, and the land burned by the flames of war had sprouted new life, as well as new life-gathering places. The bloodshed and fire had been buried by time and history. Even if someone remembered it, no one would care or pursue it. It was just like how ordinary life did not care who had once occupied this planet, as long as they knew who the master of the light cluster that ruled this planet, almost the world, was. No one would care about those distant things. This was the norm in the void, just like how ordinary mortals would not care about which world's Empyrean god had died in the void at this moment, and what earth-shattering events had happened in which world. No one would pay too much attention to a few strangely dressed fellows who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone knew that the void was in chaos, and it was not too surprising for a few extraterrestrial visitors to come and go. The scorching sun shone its blazing rays onto the earth. The high temperature caused the entire line of sight to tremble slightly. The ground and buildings trembled continuously like waves. The pedestrians on the road shrank their bodies and tried their best to walk under the shade of the trees, unwilling to let their bodies be exposed to the sun. This kind of hot weather that made people dizzy was really not suitable for going out. My God, how can we live like this? Why is it so hot? Tang Yen was panting from the heat, and kept fanning himself with his hand. The hand holding the umbrella was sweaty from the heat. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, but it was still so hot that he felt uncomfortable. There was a 3 to 4 meter tall tree every few meters on the street, blocking the entire road. The leaves were so hot that they were wilting and drooping lifelessly. Tang Yen felt even hotter when he saw the wilted leaves, and he wished that he could block the fireball in the sky with a piece of cloud, or just let it snow to cool off. He cursed and complained, lowered the umbrella a little, and walked with his head lowered. "Hello, may I know how to get to the 3,000 divine realms?" The voice in front of him made Tang Yen look up reluctantly, and he moved the umbrella over his head to the side. He saw a man wrapped in a thick white robe smiling at him. He was about 20 years old, a youth. Yes, he looked like he was 20 years old, but he did not look like a youth. Tang Yen looked at the clothes of the person in front of him, and his face was sweating. "Damn, don't you feel hot wearing such thick clothes?" "Hot?" The youth was stunned for a moment, and he raised his hands and shook his head with a smile. "No, the weather is still cool." "Wow. The weather is not hot." Tang Yan's eyes widened, and he could not help but smile bitterly. After saying that, he remembered what the person in front of him said. "Ah, what did you say just now? It's a little hot, so I can't hear you clearly." The young man couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also raised his head to look at the person in front of him. As for age, he was probably in his 20s. However, because this was another world, he couldn't tell how other people's life was measured. He only felt that he was quite young. This scorching land was constantly steaming with blazing hot air. The heat from above and below squeezed the young man, causing his face to turn red. It seemed that the weather in front of him was indeed quite hot. "My name is I Ching and I've just arrived here, so I'm not familiar with the surroundings. If you have time, can you take me to the 3,000 divine realms?" The youth smiled. Tang Yen could not help but twitch his mouth. "You've just moved here, right? Are you here for the 3,000 divine realms again? TSK, what's so good about that place that it's worth so many people running around for it?" "Well, I've just arrived here, but I didn't move here. I live in a place very, very far away. In a sense, I'm here to look for the 3,000 divine realms, but I'm running around for it." I Ching smiled and shook his head. "You can't say that. I'm just looking for this place because I have something to do, but I couldn't find it even after looking for a long time." Tang Yen looked at him from head to toe, and then looked up at the scorching sun. She wanted to just point him in a direction and let him go, but when she remembered where they were, she could not help but say, "I can take you there. After all, you look so pitiful, to actually get lost to this extent?" "Lost?" I Ching scratched his head. "Isn't it in this city?" "Yes, but that's in the center of the city. The Green Radius Mountain is dozens of miles away from there." I Ching's smile froze, and his whole person seemed to have become a little gloomy. "Hey, how's your strength? Let's cross the obstacles and run all the way there." Tang Yen put away the umbrella, and the slightly slanted sunlight shone on his outstretched arm, causing him to scream as if he was burned. "I can do it. No matter where you go, I can keep up with you. You, on the other hand, are you okay?" I Ching waved his hand and smiled at him. Tang Yen smiled embarrassedly and stopped what he was doing. He was a guy who liked to exaggerate, and with his physique, he could withstand this degree of heat. I'm fine. Let's go. Actually, you can just tell me the direction, I should be able to walk there," I Ching said seriously. Tang Yen waved his hand. "I'm going to go there too. I was planning to go tomorrow, or the day after, or even later. Maybe meeting you is an opportunity, and you're urging me to go." After saying this, Tang Yen waved his hand and walked to the other side of the row of trees on the street. I Ching followed him to the edge of the cliff with a faint smile on his face. Then, he saw Tang Yen jump down, landing more than 10 meters below the ground. He stopped and turned around to wave at I Ching. Interesting, do the creatures in this world cultivate their physical strength? I Ching's eyes flashed as he saw through Tang Yan's cultivation method. He also jumped down from the cliff and landed lightly beside him. Tang Yen was also startled when she saw him slowly descend, as if he was being carried by the air current. She looked at I Ching curiously for a moment before ignoring him. She wiped the sweat off her face and leaped high into the air. I Ching followed closely behind. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that this world was different from the other worlds he knew, he might have directly flown up. Judging from your tone, you seem to hate the 3,000 divine realms? I Ching jumped up and down beside him and said casually, "Isn't that just a chamber of commerce? Did they monopolize the market?" Tang Yen staggered when he heard this, and he almost fell from the sky. He landed on a flat roof of a house and stopped. He looked at I Ching as if he had seen a ghost, and said in a shocked voice, "You? Well, it seems that you were telling the truth when you said that you weren't doing anything for them. I didn't expect there to be someone here who doesn't know about the 3,000 divine realms. Are you from the outside world?" No, I live far away. It's very remote and the news is outdated. I don't know much about the 3,000 divine realms, but I know that they suddenly appeared at some point in time. I Ching's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand. Oh, Tang Yen nodded, turned around and continued to jump forward. I Ching hesitated for a moment when he saw that the young man was silent, as if he had something to hide. He didn't ask any more questions. My younger brother and sister were taken away by them. 10 years ago, I haven't seen them for 10 years. Tang Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. I Ching turned his head, and saw the young man clenching his fists in anger. He couldn't help but sigh. Let's not talk about the consequences of such things for now. Such things had always happened in the void, and those who worked hard in a fit of anger, risked their lives, went on a rampage, and finally saved their family by any means necessary were the minority. A chamber of commerce. Perhaps they really are a chamber of commerce. The things they sell and trade include everything, even human lives. They are worthless and have no dignity. After that scene 10 years ago, my family collapsed. My mother was bedridden, and my father became much more haggard. I don't know what kind of struggle he is doing outside. Every time I came back, I would see him covered in wounds. I didn't work hard, and I just muddled through 10 years like this. Tang Yen clenched his fists so tightly that it seemed as if he was going to squeeze out blood. No matter how angry or sad he was, his face was still calm and expressionless. In fact, it was becoming more and more indifferent. Actually, many people have experienced these things, and many people know about it. Perhaps many people wish for it, but they just didn't expect it to happen to our family. The 3,000 divine realms said that they took the talented people away to receive better training, and those who liked it only knew that the 3,000 divine realms had a high status as if they were God. They were proud to be chosen by them, but they didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Only a portion of those who were taken away ended up staying in the 3,000 divine realms. Most of them were sold to faraway places, never to return. I Ching, did you know that the planet beneath our feet is almost empty? Sometimes, when the sun gets too close, I feel like I'm going to fly into that fireball. His tone suddenly changed, and he said something else. I Ching narrowed his eyes. He was indeed aware of this. When he arrived on this planet, he sensed that there was something wrong with this planet. If it continued to move on its current trajectory, it would fall into the sea of fire in at most 10,000 years. However, before that, the sun's rays would first destroy this planet and bestow this place with a purgatory. Those with a stronger cultivation base would be able to last longer, but it would be useless if they couldn't leave this world. However, he didn't think that there was such a deeper reason behind it. Every world is a miniature version. Lord Feng is right. Even if it's in the realm of the gods, it would also be played out in other worlds, and it would be even more ruthless and cruel. Is this the pattern of the void? I've seen quite a few worlds, and it seems that such things happen in all of them. Comedy and tragedy, but more often than not, the latter is more common. Comedy is like the light in a mirage, so small and illusory. I Ching murmured in his heart. He couldn't help but frown and sigh. As expected, the more you see and know, the heavier the burden on your heart. It was a burden that immortals couldn't avoid. He looked back and nodded slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he followed Tang Yan's footstep. A distance of a few dozen miles wasn't too far. He didn't know the realms of this world, so he didn't deliberately check for information in this area. According to his own estimation, Tang Yan's strength was probably between the immortal tier and the demonic tier. He didn't know what the specific situation was. After all, she was too weak to see clearly. Tang Yan stopped and shook off a handful of sweat. When he turned around and saw I Ching frowning and thinking about something, he couldn't help but say, "Come back to your senses. Isn't it too hard to run so far?" But as soon as he said this, he smiled bitterly to himself. The person in front of him didn't even sweat or pant. It was obvious that he was at ease. Oh, I've come back to my senses. I was thinking about something else." I Ching smiled and waved his hand. He raised his head and said, "This is, 3,000 divine realms." The thing in front of him was too different from what he imagined. He thought that it would be a huge palace, a huge building that would be ostentatious, grand, and imposing. But in the end, what appeared in front of him was a 3-meter-tall door. That's right, it was a door, an arched door with 2 pillars. It was more than 3 meters tall. The 3,000 divine realms are in another space. You can go through this door. It's always open to the public, and it's not closed all year round. After all, it's a chamber of commerce. Tang Yan said the 2 words Chamber of Commerce through gritted teeth. His voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. It seemed that he also hated this so-called divine realm. I Ching looked at him deeply and shook his head helplessly. He took a few steps closer to observe the arched door of the 2 pillars. His eyes flashed. It's indeed a self-contained world. It's completely different from the self-contained world of this world. Can't anyone feel it? How is this door formed? It looks strange. I Ching poked the 2 green and white pillars and asked curiously. Powerful warriors can use force to break open space and open up a place for people to live in. Don't tell me you don't even know this? As he spoke, Tang Yan's gaze became even stranger. Are you really someone from the outside world? After that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, muttering to himself, "You're thinking too much. How can someone from the outside world, who has the strength to cross the sea of stars, not know this?" I Ching shrugged. It was his first time in this world. Of course, he didn't know. Moreover, the way to create the spatial door in front of him was not what he said. He knew very well about warriors opening up space and so on. He had seen people like that in many worlds, breaking open space and opening up space. In fact, it was no different from hoeing the ground with bare hands. Of course, he would not say it out loud. It would be too rude. Lord I Ching, the space and void of this planet have been completely locked. We can move freely. I Ching's expression turned serious. He nodded slightly and replied in his soul, "Okay. Let's not do anything for now. I'm a little interested in these 3,000 divine realms. You can search this planet and see if there's anything related to them. It won't take too long." That's right. No one knew. It was just like no one knew that some very dangerous guests had suddenly descended on this planet. Just like the day when the 3,000 divine realms descended on this place, no one knew that they would one day become the rulers of this place. Chapter 1301. The space where the 3,000 divine realms was located was not created by a powerful warrior with his bare hands, as Tang Yen had said. This place was filled with the power of space that had been modified by humans. If it was a space created by pure physical strength, there would not be such traces, and the stability of the space would be even worse. The stability of the space before them was so strong that it would not fall unless the Empyrean god of origin attacked it. The concealment of the space was also very good. I Ching and Tang Yen went through the dimensional door one after another. A brand new space appeared before them as the white light faded. Tall buildings, a street, and many shops and peddlers along the street. I Ching couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. His cheeks twitched. He guessed wrong again. With just a glance, he saw that there were many ordinary people in this space. There were also some who were slightly stronger, but there weren't any who were particularly strong. I thought this was the headquarters of the 3,000 divine realms, and we can start as soon as we enter. This situation is much more troublesome to deal with. I Ching lowered his head and muttered. He could not help but sigh. Tang Yen saw him sighing and listened to him mumbling about gathering, taking refuge, and dealing with. She scratched her head and did not know what he was thinking. She just thought that he was a little impatient after not seeing the place for a long time. This is the place of the 3,000 dominions. As you can see, this is a place of commerce. Merchants from all over the world like to come here. Someone has calculated that the amount of money made here per second can easily buy a city. The people of the 3,000 dominions are also constantly absorbing the resources from all over the world. There are many peerless items among them. With such a huge amount of resources, no one knows where they are going. After saying that, Tang Yen thought of something and clenched her hands tightly. There are also people from all over the world who used various means to get here. Those resources were all sent to the 17 main worlds. I Ching shook his head and did not say that. No one came out to stop all this? The status of the 3,000 divine realms is deeply rooted in this world. They are also the most powerful and hold the most power. There have been people who rose up to resist, but their role is only to add another grave to the wasteland. Tang Yen smiled bitterly and mocked herself. I only hate that those rebels didn't overturn them. I only hate that I didn't have the ability to do it on their behalf. As he spoke, he suddenly shut his mouth and glanced around. After a while, he whispered to I Ching, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Once we enter this space, we will be in the territory of the 3,000 divine regions. There will be many people watching us in secret. Even if we say a word, they will hear it. Let's go out first." I Ching was stunned for a moment and followed Tang Yen down the stairs. The space door they came out of was at the center of a small square. There was also an arched door that fixed the space door, but this door was much bigger. Many people kept coming out of the door. After walking out of the square, they arrived at the street he saw just now. It turned out that he had looked too far away and thought that he would be facing a very wide street when he came out. They were now standing on a circular square that seemed to be paved with white jade. There were 4 walls erected at the edge of the square, dividing it into 4 intersections that happened to be facing 4 long streets. The teleportation doors of the 3,000 divine realms lead to all parts of the world. They will only return to where they came from. This is the entire area. The one in the distance is where the people of the 3,000 divine realms are. Tang Yen pointed forward. Their line of sight crossed many crowded streets and finally saw a palace that was thousands of feet tall. Half of its appearance was like a tower, and the other half was like a pavilion. There were many life forces inside, and they were many times stronger than the people who filled this place. They are only responsible for managing this space. They will only come out once when something rare appears. At other times, basically no one has seen the people of the 3,000 divine realms. It is said that some very famous strong people in the city have appeared here, but they are assisting them in managing this space. He had always referred to the people of the 3,000 divine realms as they. It was as if he had subtly drawn a boundary in meaning and concept. It was as if he no longer regarded them as people of this world or as people of the same race. Friends in front, it must be the first time you have come to the 3,000 divine realms. Is there anything I can help you with? Perhaps the two of them had been standing in the square for a long time without entering other places, so they attracted the attention of the people who were in charge of this place. A young man wearing a white shirt, gray trousers, and a large windbreaker slowly walked over and showed them a habitual smile without any sincerity or warmth. After approaching from more than 10 meters away, the young man was slightly stunned. The smile on his face froze, and a moment later, his smile became even more exaggerated, and there was a hint of mockery in it. Why is it you again? The 3,000 divine realms is not a place where an annoying bug like you can casually enter. I Ching was about to speak, but when he heard this, he was stunned. He tilted his head and looked at Tang Yen. He saw that the expression on Tang Yan's face suddenly faded, and he walked forward as if he had heard nothing. He said to I Ching, "Let's go, there is nothing to see here. We will go straight to the domain tower." I Ching tilted his head and looked at the young man in the windbreaker, then turned to follow him. The two of them ignored him, and the young man's eyes twitched. He said coldly, "It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. Men, throw this idiot out of here." A middle-aged man suddenly descended from the sky and landed 5 meters in front of Tang Yen. The hard floor of the square cracked, and there was a hint of malice in his sharp eyes. I Ching tilted his head and looked at Tang Yen. He whispered, "What did you do to him? He just came in, and you look like an enemy when you see him." Tang Yen was silent for a moment. "I have been to the 3,000 divine realms many times in the past 6 years because I thought I saw my sister appear here 6 years ago. I went to confront them face to face, but it did not work, and I was even thrown out." "When you say thrown out, do you mean thrown out in this way?" Tang Yen smiled bitterly, and his expression turned serious. "Killing is not allowed in the 3,000 divine realms, and the guards are not their people. At most, I will be taught a lesson. If I can really find them, what is the big deal?" While the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man in front of them had already walked up to Tang Yen and reached out his hand. This middle-aged man's strength was close to that of a demigod, and Tang Yen alone could not deal with him. He could already feel that the little guy beside him was gathering energy, as if he was ready to fight back. Bang! The explosion was so sudden that it shocked the people in the square and on the street not far away. They were stunned for a few seconds before they turned around and saw an extremely deep gully in the square. The gully ended at one of the 4 high walls at the edge of the square. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the middle-aged man appeared at the bottom of the high wall. He was sitting on the ground with his head lowered, and his breath was extremely weak. Tang Yen was stunned. He was just about to fight back when he did not know what happened. He did not see anything, and the middle-aged man was sent flying. No, by the time he realized it, the man had already fainted. "I'm sorry, I don't have much time, so I acted without permission." I Ching smiled helplessly at him. Then, he grabbed his wrist and disappeared before anyone could react. The young man in the windbreaker was still in a daze. He didn't know what to do. When the two of them appeared again, they were already standing in front of the light yellow building that looked like a combination of a tower and a pavilion. Tang Yen did not react for a while, and when he saw the territory tower, he was stunned again. In the past, it would take him 2 hours to walk from the square to this place. How could it be that in the blink of an eye you? Who are you? He could not help but look at I Ching, sizing him up. "You might not believe me, so there's no need to say it." I Ching smiled, and his smile was as warm as the spring breeze. He reached out and touched Tang Yan's forehead lightly, and a mark with the power of divinity and divine authority was engraved on his forehead. "Something might happen later. I wanted to come here alone, but you seem to be familiar with this place. Lead the way." May I ask what you're here for?" Tang Yan's face was covered in sweat as he swallowed his saliva. He felt that things were not going well. Something beyond his imagination might happen today. I Ching smiled and turned to walk into the territory tower. Do what you want to do. The space inside the pale yellow domain tower was rather bright, and the huge space did not appear gloomy. The inside was also covered in a shiny golden color, and it looked like a grand hall made of gold. The space inside the tower was very spacious, and there were not many things placed inside. However, I Ching had already sensed the situation, and the corner of his mouth pulled up into a warm smile. You said before that in the 3,000 divine realms, there are only their own people, right? That's true, right? Tang Yen was stunned by this question. He frowned and thought for a while before nodding. No one will come here, unless they're allowed to. We're trespassing, so what do you want to do? He did not know whether to laugh or cry. In those 6 years, he had gone through a lot of trouble to enter the territory tower, and knew a little about the layout inside. Now that he had barged in without any permission or reservation, he felt that he might lose his life. The 3,000 divine realms did not allow killing, but there was no rule that said they could not kill anyone. In this world, they were the rules, and who would dare to go against them? I said, do what you've always wanted to do but could not do. I Ching smiled, and his gaze inadvertently turned upwards. In the space above them, there were many people occupying the rooms. They had already sensed that someone had barged into this space without permission, but they didn't care. It was just a guy without any aura and a weak and pitiful worm. They couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The few of them looked at each other from across the space, then closed their eyes again, not intending to pay attention. A pale-faced man suddenly stood up uneasily. His gaze swept across the space of the tower, and his heart thumped wildly. He said coldly, "Something's wrong. I feel like something's about to happen." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the space he was in was suddenly filled with countless cracks like a mirror. Then, there was the sound of something shattering, and a huge burst of energy squeezed out from the shattered space. The explosion of energy shattered the room, and the entire territory tower trembled. Enemy attack! Everyone on alert! The territory tower trembled, and one of their companions instantly lost his aura. This caused the people in the territory tower to turn pale with fright. A moment later, screams of terror echoed throughout the territory tower. Bang! Boom! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in their minds, and the space of the territory tower seemed to distort. 4 or 5 bursts of energy exploded in every corner of the territory tower, swallowing the people who were entrenched there. At the same time, miserable screams rang out, and at the same time, several holes appeared in the territory tower. The huge explosion of energy caused dust and black smoke to fly everywhere. From afar, it looked like an explosion and fire had broken out in the territory tower. The huge tremors alarmed everyone in the 3,000 divine realms. Countless people had just recovered from the first tremor, and now they looked at the territory tower again. They saw that the huge building was on the verge of collapse, and their faces were filled with shock. They did not care about the many precious treasures in this place, and hurriedly ran towards the plaza, afraid that the territory tower would collapse and fall on them. I Ching sensed that the lives outside were frantically retreating, and the smile on his face widened. "How long are you going to hide? Do you really think I can't see you?" A thousandth of the heavenly origin god's aura suddenly erupted, but it was still like a violent sun. The powerful aura collided with the energy, and Tang Yen almost fainted. At the critical moment, the divine pattern on his forehead lit up and blocked the monstrous aura, allowing him to recover. When he looked up, he saw that the territory tower was on the verge of collapse, and his face turned pale with fright. "Bastards! Fall into the deepest abyss for me!" I Ching roared with laughter. He raised his hand and pointed it downwards. It contained an enormous amount of energy that would blind anyone who looked at it. He slammed his hand into the void, shattering the void and the laws of this space. The 1,000-meter-tall domain tower, which symbolized the most invincible and irresistible power in this world, was reduced to dust before Tang Yan's eyes. The entire space disintegrated with it as well. He had been scared out of his wits 3 minutes ago anyway. How dare you cause trouble in the 3,000 divine realms? You're courting death. The place that had become an open-air platform was illuminated by the sun. Then, more than a dozen figures with auras that could shake heaven and earth descended. The figures with shocking murderous intent appeared in the sky. Their angry roars resounded throughout the 3,000 divine regions. Those who were running away were scared out of their wit. Those who had not run far almost fainted when they heard the roars. The dozen figures locked their gazes on the white-robed figure, and their eyes narrowed. "Who are you? Tell me your name, and I'll let you die a quick death." "Name? My name is I Ching." I Ching bowed slowly like a gentleman, then raised his head, and his eyes flashed with terrifying light. "I'm the one who's going to kill all of you." He sneered and pressed his hand toward the sky. A gigantic crystallized hand fell from the sky, and it contained a destructive power that seemed to be able to crush the void. Seeing the terrifying giant hand pressing down, one of them yelled, "Don't panic! Attack together! Tear it apart!" As soon as he yelled, that person was the first to move. The aura in his body surged out without reservation, and the vast energy of a peak heavenly god was like an ocean, causing the stable space to tremble slightly. The others were already drenched in cold sweat when they saw the giant hand that had already condensed energy. Seeing that he was about to make a move, they clenched their teeth and the energy in their bodies surged out. For a time, there was an endless amount of energy surging in the sky, creating a violent storm that shook the space to the point of trembling. Break! The energy of the dozen or so people surged out, condensing into a huge energy torrent that swept out. With a rumble, it collided heavily with the giant crystal hand. Bang! More than a dozen terrifying energies collided, causing a crack to appear in the space. A terrifying energy storm swept through the entire area, and a portion of the domain tower that was still there just a moment ago was now completely gone. Tang Yan, who was completely dumbfounded, only had time to grab onto I Ching's robes to prevent himself from being blown away by the energy storm. He only felt like the world was about to be destroyed by the terrifying energy. Something had silently appeared in the energy storm. There were some colorful things in the terrifying storm, and they were pieces of crystallized energy. They had fallen from the crystallized hand that had been destroyed by the energy storm, and they spun at high speed in the storm. The color was extremely beautiful, so beautiful that it was almost fatal. "Just a dozen peak heavenly gods, and you dare block my path." I Ching's hand glowed with a beautiful light. With his palm facing down, the ball of energy in his hand slowly fell to the ground, fusing with the ground. A few seconds later, the entire ground began to tremble violently, and the crystallized hand and crystal shards glowed with a powerful light. Boom! After a few seconds of delay, the entire ground suddenly erupted with energy. A violent energy beam shot up into the sky from the ground, and an earth-shattering explosion pierced through the void. The energy ripples became visible at this moment, and the space of the 3,000 divine regions was on the verge of collapsing with a series of cracking sounds. The dozen peak heavenly gods were swallowed by the energy, and they were hit countless times by the explosion of the crystallized hand that enveloped them from all directions. They could not even make a sound, and their bodies completely disappeared within a few seconds. Not even a trace of life was left behind. I Ching waved his hand to stop the energy storm in front of him, and expelled all the energy into the void. After the massive energy storm stopped raging, the space quickly regained its stability. Light pillars appeared in the places that were covered by the energy storm, and there were energy raindrops falling from the sky. There were also light pillars that pierced through the clouds and shone on the ground. It was a grand vision of the passing of a heavenly god, a divine energy spreading out. However, when it fell into his eyes, it made him slightly unhappy. They even left behind their last words. That's not fun at all. Ah, yes, that's why they did that, to control the energy and not cause too much of an impact. Yes, that's right, but even if they did it with all their might, they still could not eliminate the vision of those people dying. How did Lord Feng do it? Tang Yan's eyes were dull as he listened to him muttering and muttering to himself. He lowered his head and looked around blankly. First, he flew up. Second, the 3,000 divine regions were destroyed. He did not know what expression he should put on now, and he did not feel the joy of the enemy disappearing in front of him at all. All he had was a head full of question marks. I Ching stretched his back and turned his head to smile at the confused little fellow in front of him. You see, that's what you want to do. However, I don't have time to wait for you to slowly grow up and let you kill them. I came out with a mission this time, so I can't stay for long. Tang Yen opened his mouth. So you're really a guest from another world? Something like that. It's hard to finish talking about things that concern us even if I talk about it for a few days and nights. However, I'm suddenly interested to talk to you about something. Young man, have you heard of the realm of the gods? I Ching's expression was that of a charlatan, as if he was a sorcerer who bemoaned the heavens and pitted the fate of mankind. Tang Yen. In the void, there was a sudden explosion of energy in one of the dimensions. An extremely wretched figure desperately escaped from the area of the explosion. The pain that came from all over his body penetrated deep into his soul, making it difficult for him to even travel through the void. He pathetically looked back to make sure that there was no one chasing after him from the explosion of the energy storm. He gritted his teeth and increased his speed by a lot. Then, he turned back to look at the void in the distance. It was the planet that he had just escaped from. At the moment, the planet seemed to be holding some sort of celebration. Extremely dazzling spots of light were bursting out everywhere, and the gigantic energy ball could almost swallow an entire city. Those were not celebratory fireworks, but the horn of destruction. He could feel that on the planet, everything that belonged to them was rapidly disappearing like a receding tide. He could feel that the energy, that unique energy, that made the entire void tremble, the realm of the gods. It's the realm of the gods. Yes, I heard that the overworld had made a move against the realm of the gods. They're back. Turning his gaze back to the front, he stared blankly at the empty dark void. It was so calm that nothing existed. He was a stray dog, and he was about to lose his own heartbeat. There was a transparent layer of energy in the void. It was the barrier that sealed the void. Just a glance at it made him shiver. When he saw a hole in the barrier, his gloomy expression was swept away and he came back to life. He was wild with joy as he sped up towards the hole. He rushed out of this world and escaped through the void tunnel to another world. The cleanup of this world is complete. Expand the void seal's range. The other worlds have sent the same message. Connect with that world and seal the void. Seal the void. The woman standing next to I Ching turned to look at the others. Is it really okay to let that guy go? Oh, it's fine. Let him send the message back. The overworld will soon receive the news. It'll save us a lot of effort when they gather together and kill them all in one fell swoop. Another person shook his head. It's Lord I Ching's suggestion. Lord Feng said that as long as we don't go overboard, we can do whatever we want. Oh. The woman nodded. She looked at the sealed void passage, and then at the other worlds in the distance. Her eyes were deep. The real show is coming. Chapter 1302. A meteor shower abruptly descended from outer space, leaving a trail of fiery red as it touched the atmosphere. Clearly, no one on this planet, where half of the planet was in chaos, had the time to observe what was happening overhead. The meteors flew straight to a distance where they could easily be seen, before vanishing in a flash. The sky remained clear, and no one noticed what was happening. I Ching and Tang Yen were slowly walking out of the 3,000 divine domains. I Ching paused as if sensing something, suddenly looked up and waved at the empty sky. Tang Yen looked at him blankly, unsure of what was about to happen, and subconsciously took a step closer. Seconds later, 5 silhouettes appeared out of thin air. The woman in the yellow dress saluted I Ching and said, "The sealing of this part of the void has been completed. There are news from other worlds as well, and we haven't encountered any enemies that could be considered resistance. Our people have sent back information from worlds near the center of the void. The upper echelons of those worlds are more or less panicking. 3,000 divine domains of almost 100 worlds have been extinguished at once, and there are exactly 99 people who have escaped, not one more, not one less." I Ching nodded. "From now on, the enemies we encounter are truly powerful. If they dare to gather, it would be easy for us to attack, but even if they hide, they would not be able to escape this part of the void." "About that," the woman in the yellow dress spoke again. "We have indeed received signs of many forces gathering, and there are quite a few of them. According to the trajectory of their gathering, they would probably gather at the center, and we would probably only encounter some resistance when we advance to that extent. So, the outer circle has been abandoned." I Ching narrowed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and slowly exhaled. After a moment, he said, "Have everyone continue to advance. The encirclement will gradually shrink, and we will seal the void from the outside to the inside. Send someone to check every world. We have already obtained the presence of those from the 3,000 divine domains, and it is easy to identify them. The outer circle of these 1,000 worlds has been abandoned, and those from the 3,000 divine domains stationed in those worlds would not be left behind. But just in case, we still have to check and search for the presence of that race." "Yes." The 5 nodded. "Also," I Ching coughed softly and pointed at the woman in the yellow dress. "Your dress was burned." Everyone was stunned and turned to look at her. They saw a little burn mark at the bottom of her loose dress. She looked at it and shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I was burned a little when I rushed into this planet without any defense. There are powerful origin imprints left behind on this planet. Although there are only 2 or 3 of them, it's still a powerful defense and symbol." I Ching shrugged. He had seen the 5 of them pass through the atmosphere. After saying this, the 5 of them cupped their fists and left in a flash, heading toward the void. I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "I wonder how things are over at the realm of the gods. But there's no use for me to worry. Lord Feng will take care of it." "That." Tang Yen looked like she was about to faint. She looked at him with a bitter smile and scratched her head. "Were those people also your companions? What are you doing here?" "That's right. We belong to the same place, a great and prosperous world." I Ching smiled and nodded. "As for what we're doing, you've seen it for yourself. Some blind bugs from another world angered our world, so we came out to take revenge. Now that the void is so chaotic, if we show weakness, we'll be looked down upon by others. We'll be targeted by other worlds." Tang Yen blinked. "Those insects are from the 3,000 divine realms?" "That's right. They're the same as us. They're not from your world. They're just underground forces that other worlds have placed outside for some purpose. Even so, they've still messed up your world." I Ching sighed. "They're just a small part of the void. Things like this happen every day in the void. People from other worlds." Tang Yen murmured in a daze. He didn't expect that the 3,000 divine realms, which he hated to the bone, was actually from another world. Moreover, it was just a small force. Then how powerful was the real force in the so-called main world? Seeing that the young boy was deep in thought, I Ching patted him on the shoulder. "Well, that's not something you need to think about. You can't think about it anyway. Also, the 3,000 divine realms have taken root in other worlds. They might be collecting resources all over the world or looking for good seedlings. Your younger sister and brother are no longer on this planet. They might have been taken to a world even further away. Tang Yan's heart trembled. An inexplicable impulse made him quickly grab I Ching's arm and ask excitedly, "Can I go with you? I just heard that you're going to continue fighting in deeper worlds. Can I go with you? I want to find them. I won't cause you any trouble." I Ching smiled. "Even if you didn't ask, I still wanted to bring you along. Now may not be the time for you to play your role, but once we enter the origin world, we may need your help to find your brother and sister, and also find out where they may be hiding people. You saw it just now. Our battle caused a huge commotion, and that was when I was holding myself back. If people of our level were to go all out, we could have torn the entire world of light and the entire world group apart in minutes. It would be great if you could help to find those people. We can't send some weak beings in such a huge battlefield, and we'll do our best not to affect others. You don't have to do anything. Just follow us, and we'll send you back when we're done." Tang Yen nodded firmly and said, "Please bring me along." I Ching nodded and waved his hand, bringing him into the air. Just as he was about to leave the planet, he suddenly remembered something. "Is there anything you need to tell me? You still have family, right? We might not be back for a while." Tang Yen also recovered from her excitement and hurriedly nodded, "Yes, I need to go back and tell my family." I Ching did not refuse and pulled him back to the ground. "Well, it's calm here. The chaos hasn't spread to the main world yet. Or perhaps there aren't enough people in the main world to cause chaos. The people who came to invade the celestial realm last time are all dead. They might be the majority of the fighting power of the main world. Anyway, be careful when you act and don't get ambushed by them. You said that they're collecting resources from various worlds, and that's something I'm concerned about. I'll try to see if there's anything wrong." "Yes. By the way, Lord Feng, other than the 17 main worlds, what about the subsidiary worlds?" I Ching was about to end his report when he suddenly remembered something. "That's a problem." Yun Nuoshing frowned. After listening to the information from various sources, his previous view was slightly overturned. The 3,000 divine realms controlled various worlds, and other than the 69 worlds, they had traces of their presence in almost every one of the 1,000 worlds. However, their control over the lands of life was not absolute, and they could not be found in every land of life. Those were easy to deal with as long as all their bases were uprooted. The problem was the 69 worlds. Get rid of those who are loyal to them. If you can turn the tide, don't do anything. Based on your information, they aren't as united as you think, and it's not impossible to instigate a rebellion. It depends on what you plan to do, Yun Nuoshing said. The forces that were widely distributed in the void might be similar to the situation in the world of the little boy named Tang Yen, but more likely, it was a stable control that had been established over countless years. There were many loyalists, and he did not have much hope for a rebellion. "I understand." I Ching nodded. He thought that he should know what to do. "Anyway, I'll be standing guard at the enemy's lair, waiting for you to rendezvous with me. Be careful." Yun Nuoshing stretched his back. When he sensed a presence approaching, he waved his hand. I Ching understood and left, and the image in his mind dissipated. Yun Nuoshing turned around and saw the little angel, and Lu Su coming from nearby. He raised his hand to greet them. "Oh, you're back. How was it?" Lu Su heard him and sighed as she shook her head. "As expected, it's just a facade. Almost all the powerful beings of this planet have left, and the ones left are just small fries. Although they are all at the rebirth realm, but I don't know when those high-ranking beings have slipped away." Yun Nuoshing rubbed his bangs. "Even I didn't notice. When I came to this planet, I had already scouted it. There were at least 20 high-ranking heavenly gods of origin. But now, not a single one of them is left. They have slipped away right under my nose." "Could they have sneakily gathered somewhere?" The little angel frowned slightly. "Sneakily?" Yun Nuoshing was startled. His soul power shifted in his mind, and he quickly found another soul power. He urgently called out, Jing Yuanji, what's the situation on your side? Are there more people sneaking around? Jing Yuanji, who was still preparing in the Pantheon realm and observing the creation's barrier, was startled by the voice that suddenly rang out in her mind. She quickly straightened and said, Lord Feng, sneaking around. There are many more people in the Pantheon realm every day. In the 3 days since you sent me here, the number of beings outside might have exceeded 1 trillion. In my opinion, they are all sneaky fellows. It's already so lively. Well, that's true. How could 80% of the beings in 1,000 worlds not be a lot? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched and he took a deep breath. Keep an eye out for any high-ranking heavenly gods of origin who suddenly appear, hide their aura, or directly attack the creation's barrier. I've been watching this place, and there are 20 or so high-ranking heavenly gods of origin who have slipped away using a method that even I can't see clearly. Jing Yuanji's face twitched violently. She instantly understood why the observer's voice was a little nervous. 20 or so high-ranking heavenly gods of origin who had slipped away was not a big problem. More importantly, it was a method that even the observer couldn't see clearly. That was very problematic. Could it be that the energy you're looking for, Lord Feng, has taken them away? I heard that you found traces in that world. Jing Yuanji guessed. I don't know, I can't see anything. Logically speaking, the 17 worlds here are all protected by a layer of imprint, and the entire void should have been sensed by us even if they had slipped away or teleported away from the void. This is so annoying. I really should have crushed the void into pieces when I first came down. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard Feng Luo's rather irritable voice. After a moment, she straightened her face. Lord Feng, we'll keep an eye on this place. We won't let anyone enter the realm of gods. All right, be careful. Oh, by the way, have any suspicious individuals slipped away? Yun Nuoxing asked in concern. Jing Yuanji inwardly cheered a little because of that concern, but on the surface, she reported in all seriousness, several heavenly gods and low-level heavenly gods of origin tried to leave the world where the realm of gods is, but we stopped them and they're still being held captive. They're being held in the realm of gods? No, there's a very special space far away from the realm of gods. They're being held there, and they haven't caused any trouble in the last few days. Aside from that, no one else has left this world. However, there are many people coming here, and Divine Shadow City is full. Because of that, a second Divine Shadow City has appeared. Divine Shadow City? Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment, but it didn't take long for her to remember that the planet and city next to the system where the realm of gods was located had only appeared in the last few decades. It's fine, there might be changes in the next few days. In 3 days, regardless of whether my orders have come out or not, seal the entire realm barrier and suppress everyone. You should be able to identify the target's presence. Understood. Jing Yuanji bowed towards the void from afar. Be careful. If something special happens, retreat into the creation barrier. No one can break that barrier, so nothing must happen to you. After Yun Nuoxing said that, she cut off the spiritual transmission. Jing Yuanji straightened her bow, and she blushed happily when she heard that. Old witch, why are you secretly laughing over there? Another young heavenly origin god walked up and saw that Jing Yuanji's blushing face was filled with happiness, and he couldn't help but ask. A cross-shaped vein popped out on Jing Yuanji's forehead, and she felt her good mood disappear by half. She glanced at him coldly and said, It's none of your business, humph. The young man scratched his head in confusion, and he shook his head and sighed as he watched her leave. A menopausal woman. Jing Yuanji didn't miss his muttering, and her face instantly darkened. Her light blue hair danced in the wind, and she wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap him. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'm going to take my leave. The young man shuddered as if he sensed something and hurriedly fled. If you have the ability, say it. If you have the ability, don't run. Jing Yuanji was so angry that she almost crushed her silver teeth. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh as soon as he cut off the soul communication. Just as he was taking a deep breath, he heard a cursing voice explode in his soul, causing him to almost faint from suffocation. Lord Feng, we have sensed a huge number of life forms gathering. There are many high-level life forms gathering. Qing Jun's voice was still cheerful and fast, bombarding the observer who hadn't reacted yet. Yun Nuoshing coughed a few times and couldn't help but frown. The direction Qing Jun was in charge of was not the farthest sealing circle from the divine world. If the spherical side of the entire sealing circle was facing the divine world as the front, then Qing Jun's sealing range was the top, and I Ching's side was the rear. Logically speaking, if they wanted to escape, they should choose that side to break through. The news spread really fast. It seems that I Ching and the others' choice to release a few small fish was right. They have made a move so quickly. Qing Jun grinned foolishly. A dog will jump over a wall when it's anxious, let alone the heavenly god of origin. I just don't know how they plan to break through and how many trump cards they have. Be careful. After all, they are also a group of high-level existences. Can you sense how many life forms are gathering? Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said. Some voices sounded from Qing Jun's side. It seemed that he was exchanging information with the people next to him. He waited for a minute before he heard Qing Jun's voice again. A conservative estimate is that the life forms of more than 300 worlds on this side are surging over. The number of high-level life forms detected now may be no less than 1,000, and the number of heavenly gods of origin may also be in the triple digit. Staking it all on one throw? Yun Nuoshing grinned. They know that the strength of the people of their world is far inferior to that of the warriors of the divine realm. They do not intend to be defeated one by one, so they might as well gather in one direction and fight to the death? All right, we will accept this battle. They are gathering very quickly. Let's gather as well and get ready for the big battle. Yun Nuoshing stood up and clenched his fists so hard that the sound of his fingers cracking could be heard. After a moment, he said, "Continue to push the blockade in all directions. I don't believe that those guys will really try to kill us all. While we accept the battle, continue to seal the void in other places and increase the strength of the blockade. If we really fall for their trick of luring us away, we will still have time to turn around." Understood, understood. Qing Jun waved his hand elegantly, and the image of him turning around slowly disappeared from Yun Nuoshing's mind. Should be done dealing with them, right? Yun Nuoshing sat down in the sky and stretched. After a moment, he came to his senses. It seems that it is not the time to be lazy. What's wrong? Siyu turned his gaze. Yun Nuoshing sat lazily for a dozen or so seconds before he suddenly jumped up. He took a deep breath and smiled at them. Let's go. Our enemies plan to fight to the death with us. Chapter 1303. Yun Nuoshing was somewhat surprised by the sudden gathering of the people who had quietly left under his nose. According to his original plan, he had set the battlefield on the star in the center of the 17 main worlds, but he was not really fixed on this place. Even if he changed the battlefield at the last minute, it would not affect him. He had also left enough backup plans here. If there were any accidents, he would not care about the others above. The temple stationed at the bottom of the void had been moved to the location reported by Qing Jun and gathered in the void. For the time being, it was still at the bottom of the void. Some temporary buildings had been set up on the surface of the void, loaded with energy crystals full of divine energy. They had also gathered people from other directions who had surrounded this area of the void and quickly moved toward the top position where Qing Jun was located from all directions. Thousands of hundreds of small teams slowly converged halfway like streams, and finally turned into a mighty and terrifying team that rushed into the void, leaving only a portion of people to continue moving forward in the void and continue to seal off the area. This was a dark and empty space. Looking at the void from the land of nothingness, one would find that the void was actually a gorgeous and colorful place. The vast encirclement formed by the huge energy barrier stood in the void and shrank little by little toward the inside. The area covered by the encirclement circle was constantly shrinking, forcing the enemy to gather in one place like a flock of sheep. At this moment, another huge energy barrier appeared inside the encirclement circle, enveloping more than 20 main worlds. The flashing energy barrier corresponded to the encirclement circle of the void from a distance, like two huge beasts prostrating and confronting each other, with a considerable distance between them. The people of the divine world had set up energy towers in the void outside the encirclement circle of the void. Magic circles were constantly unfolding and quickly concealed. Since the enemy's response to the unofficial notice and declaration of war, they had already begun to prepare in this place. The encirclement circle of the void could isolate the scene inside and outside. The isolated beings inside could not directly see what was happening outside, but they could still notice a little bit. They noticed that the enemy had also made arrangements and preparations in this place. They did not rush up recklessly, but were constantly gathering forces, secretly. When Yun Nuoshing and the others came out, this was the scene they saw. There were many huge towers engraved with runes, divine patterns, and magical patterns in the void. Those hidden magic circles could not hide from his eyes. He could see that each tower had no less than 10,000 runes and magic circles, and there were thousands of huge towers here. The hidden magic circles painted the void in a mess. Arriving in the void once again, Siyu instinctively grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm and looked at the transparent encirclement circle in front of them, and then at another energy barrier that stood opposite it. "Won't it be troublesome to fight in the void? I heard that the void can devour all energy." "That's true under normal circumstances. However, heavenly gods and champions above are not ordinary beings. Our energy and our existence have very complex laws, and the void cannot stop us. There is also no need to clean up too much mess when fighting in the void. No matter how much damage is done to the void would at most be reduced to nothingness. However, in the real world, the aftermath would not just be a matter of repair. Even the world itself would not be left behind after such a battle." They were hidden in the void, but they were openly gathering and displaying their power without the slightest scruple. On the other hand, the people of the 17 primary worlds in the World Light Cluster were still somewhat fearful when gathering their forces. Lord Feng, Lord Qing slipped over from the side and raised his hand to greet Yun Nuoshing. Then, he looked at the giant energy towers and said, "The battle array is almost ready. This time, we have brought countless energy crystals, which are enough to make them suffer. Even if the energy is depleted, they can still be used directly. When necessary, you can also directly control them with your consciousness." Yun Nuoshing was slightly taken aback and looked at the giant towers and hidden arrays floating in the void. "I have never used these things before." Lord Qing was also taken aback when he heard this. After a moment, he laughed dryly. He had thought that he was going out with Lord Hui, but he had forgotten that he was actually following his own Lord Observer. It was his first time following this lord on an expedition, and he did not seem to understand the way they fought. "I can probably understand what those things are used for." Yun Nuoshing looked at the giant towers and pondered for a moment. "You can use them. I have no use for those things. In the end," he added in his heart, "I have hundreds of millions of arrays on my body. I alone have the firepower of an army. I am not used to using those things." Lord Qing recalled what Lord Hui said before preparing for the expedition, and suddenly understood. He remembered that Lord Hui said, "Lord Feng's fighting style is very strange. Most of the time, it is not suitable for cooperation with the team. It is a trump card that can turn the situation around." It seemed like that was what he said. After thinking it through, Lord Qing did not explain more about those things. He believed that with Lord Feng's realm, he would be able to understand the arrangements in front of him at once. Thus, he changed the topic. Lord Feng, when shall we start? Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing looked at the situation inside the sealing circle. After a moment, he looked at the void beside him. The same number of people were standing neatly under the giant towers at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at him with blazing light. They were waiting for his order to tear the world in front of them to shreds. Everything is ready, but wait a moment. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and stared at the world of light that bore the brunt of the attack in the sealing circle. He looked at the layer of energy barrier that shrouded 20 worlds and said, "They want to gather their forces. Let them continue to gather. No matter whether it is a gamble or not, it will be fine as long as we kill a few more." Lord Qin cupped his hands and was about to turn and leave when Yun Nuoxing reached out to stop him. Where did Yi Qin go? At the mention of that guy, Lord Qin could not help but smile bitterly. An hour ago, that kid took another kid to the depths of the world. It is said that he went to find those innocent people who were involved in the 3,000 divine realms. He is worried that if we push through, it will affect them, so he plans to rescue them first. Oh, then let him go. Yun Nuoxing nodded and waved his hand. Lord Qin took his leave. Lu Su was stunned. She knew about Lord Qin. She had seen him from afar and heard a lot about his deed. She knew that he was the person in charge of the ancient imperial world. Like Yi Qin, one helped the guardian to look after the ancient imperial world, while the other helped to manage the divine realms. Such a person showed such respect to Yun Nuoxing, and there was even a slightly fanatical expression on his face. It did not seem like he was acting. However, the person in front of her was not the guardian. Then, after a moment, she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and said with a slightly surprised voice, "You are the Lord Observer? You've finally reacted. I'm worried for you." The little angel could not help but twitch his mouth and said, "Other than your Lord Guardian, there is only one other person who can command the entire army of the divine realms to come out and fight." Lu Su could not help but smile bitterly. She had already guessed it when she heard Yun Nuoxing give orders to the people who stayed behind to guard the divine realms. However, she did not dare to guess in this direction. Siyu looked at Lu Su with interest. Her expression was almost the same as when she first found out. It seemed that even in the hearts of Empyrean gods, the Lord Observer was still an extremely mysterious existence. "Lord Feng, we found something in the main world that is very, I can't describe it. I want you to come over and take a look." Yi Qing's stammering voice sounded in her mind. He seemed to be a little worried and at a loss. Yun Nuoxing also felt a little interested. Was there something that could make a mid-level heavenly god of origin feel fear and worry? After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuoxing felt that it would take some time for the other party to gather. She waved her hand and asked Qing Jun to slip over. "That brat Yi Qing seems to have found something incredible. We have to go out and take a look. You stay here for the time being. I will also take some time to keep an eye on this side. If you see them trying to break through by force, you don't have to show mercy." "Oh, okay. You left so quickly." Qing Jun had just cupped his hands and had not finished speaking when the person in front of him disappeared in a flash. This made him smile bitterly and feel a little envious. When he followed the two lords to the lower plane, he heard Lord Hui say unintentionally that Lord Feng had the ability to teleport and shuttle through the void at will. "Found something? That brat isn't making a fuss about nothing, is he?" Qing Jun scratched his head. For a moment, he did not understand what had happened to Yi Qing. However, since Lord Feng had gone there personally, there should be no problem. Among the 17 main worlds, this was the world that was the furthest away from the light cluster of the central world. At this moment, Yi Qing was at an unusually special place at the edge of this world. He was anxiously pacing left and right. Next to him was a pale-faced Tang Yin. Her eyes were absent-minded, as if she had seen something terrifying and had yet to recover. Under their feet was a yellow planet. The strange thing was that there was no sun here, but the space of the star field seemed to be somewhat bright. This place is placed in the gap between the world barrier and the main world? Before he came out, he had already heard the voice. I Ching quickly turned his head and saw Yun Nuoshing and the others slowly emerging from the space. He looked at this space and could not help but sigh. Lord Feng. I Ching quickly cupped his hands. I'm sorry for calling you over when we were preparing at the front line, but this. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. If you have something to say, just say it. It's just a blink of an eye to go back and forth. It won't delay anything. It's fine if you didn't find anything important. It would be really inappropriate if you missed something important because you didn't come. Oh, but let's talk about this space first. Yun Nuoshing looked around and finally turned to look behind her. There was a bright spot of light there, as if there was a sun shining on this space. In fact, it was just the light of the main world. The light there illuminated this space, illuminating this space where no one would set foot. It doesn't belong to the main world, nor is it an independent space in the void. It's a world in the gap between the two. Other than the person who created this space, basically no one would notice this space. I Ching patted Tang Yan's shoulder and said, It's all thanks to this child. Lord Feng, when I said that I was bringing a child to look for someone, it was him. I used the idol to deduce the karmic connection between this child and the void, or a life form whose bloodline is fused with this child. After a few days of investigation, I finally found this place. They turned around and looked at the yellow planet below. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. I can't see anything. There's no sign of life. But that's probably just what it looks like on the surface. If that's the truth, you wouldn't have called me over. There's a barrier of order on this planet. The person who set it up should be at the peak of reciprocity. But for some reason, the barrier was easier to break than expected. It only took me a few minutes to drill a hole through it. I Ching waved his hand and brought Tang Yan down first. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed closely behind. When they approached the yellow planet to a certain extent, a spherical barrier covered in dense and complicated patterns suddenly appeared in the space. However, it was not complete. Just as I Ching said, a hole had been poked in the complicated barrier of order. It was like a piece of paper that had a hole poked in it. The shattered paper caved in the space below and became incomplete. The few of them easily passed through the barrier of order. Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly froze. This aura. I Ching had an ugly smile on his face. He nodded. Yes, I felt it when I came in. I didn't feel anything before. Also, the scene in front of us. The weak starlight from the real world illuminated this space, allowing Yun Nuoshing and the others to see the Scarlet Planet clearly. The black mountain range on the ground stretched across half of the planet. The messy mountain range arched over the black mountain range, making it look very ugly from above. It looked like a crumpled and rotten orange. And the atmosphere of this place was unsettling. Just smelling it was uncomfortable. A dark red energy flowed out of Yun Nuoshing's body. It split into several auras and enveloped the people around her. The aura faintly contained a destructive aura, but it also contained an indescribable sacred aura. It made them feel a little more comfortable. Is this the base? Or? Yun Nuoshing murmured, then turned his head to look at Tang Yan, whose face was pale and still had a look of fear on it. He frowned. He seemed to have heard I Ching say that he was the one who brought this child to this place. That meant that there was someone related to him here, and it might be his family or something like that. However, Tang Yan's aura was obviously normal, which was incompatible with the distorted state of this place. This made him have a bad guess. Or is this a special place to cause trouble? I'm afraid it's the latter. I Ching gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Then, he sighed and said in a low voice, Lord Feng, follow me in and you will understand. I have never seen such a scene before. The few of them steadied themselves on the scarlet ground. As soon as they stood, they saw a faint light blue light appear in the distance. It came from the ground and space. Then, as if it was preset, it flowed according to a special trajectory. Gradually, it outlined the outline of a huge building. There were also many buildings in the distance. They were all hollow buildings constructed by the light blue light. These seem like energy images. They seem like traces left behind by some kind of indestructible energy. No, wait a minute. This is more like a special concealment method used to hide something. That person first disguised the entire planet into a different appearance. Then, he hid everything inside. Only when we land here can we see what originally existed on this planet. Yun Nuoxing's expression turned serious. Such great effort, and this distorted aura, that's right. He had sensed the distorted aura when he first came in. He believed that the little angel must have sensed it too. It was the aura that they had chased for half of the void to find. They did not expect to encounter it here. However, the situation in front of them did not make them feel any joy. They only felt that something bad was about to be uncovered. Chapter 1304. On the Scarlet Planet, the land was dry and barren, with only sand and gravel that had been deposited there for almost eternity. Light blue energy flowed over the entire planet, with massive structures that appeared out of thin air and were all forged from energy. They were also left there for eternity, never to be visited by any other life. Yun Nuoxing approached one of the buildings made of energy. She reached out and pressed on the empty space. There seemed to be nothing in front of her, but her palm touched something hard and cold. It had a texture like a wall. That was the area between two energy lines. There should be nothing there. These buildings are indeed made of energy. In essence, they are energy. Space and its rules are all contained in this energy. When they disappear, it will be as if nothing had ever existed here. You won't be able to sense the existence of these energy buildings. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the buildings made of light blue energy. Those buildings and even everything on the planet existed in the energy attached to the planet. The light blue energy built everything and framed everything. Every building should have a core. That is the carrier that stores everything in the building. Many carriers are stored in the void of this place. Yun Nuoxing frowned and suddenly looked down. But a part of the core is hidden underground, and there seems to be some kind of energy flowing under the ground. Is this place not abandoned? I Ching shook his head. There is no life on this planet. What is left is some kind of formation. Even if it is abandoned, it is still operating. This planet obviously had life. But for some reason, it became a barren and abandoned place. Only the indestructible buildings were left. They were still using energy to keep them from collapsing. I Ching pointed to a place and flew towards it with Yun Nuo planet. He had seen it for a while when he was looking down from above. He remembered that there was an abyss there that stretched from the extreme north of the planet to the southernmost point, making the Scarlet Planet look like an eye, and that abyss was the vertical pupil. I Ching looked at the abyss from above. As expected, I Ching brought Yun Nuoxing and the others to the abyss. He was about to jump into it with them when Yun Nuoxing suddenly squatted down. She gently rubbed the ground at the edge of the abyss. After a while, she raised her hand and rubbed the scarlet dust on her hand. She shook her hand and returned to her fair and clean appearance. This abyss does not seem to be formed naturally. It looks like. Yun Nuoxing was silent. She looked to the left and right and frowned. I Ching was in a bad mood. His mind was filled with the scenes he had just seen. He was not in the mood to look at anything else. When he heard this, he was stunned. He did not pay much attention to the abyss. Could it be caused by a battle when there was still life on this planet? Oh! Yun Nuoxing shook her head. It looks like it was caused by a weapon. It slashed the planet to this place. Slashed to this place. The few of them were stunned. What kind of godlike operation could do this? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Her spirit trembled. Divine primordial spirit and soul power surged into the bodies of the little angel, I Ching and the others. Their vision suddenly changed. They suddenly appeared in the star sector. Their figures floated in the starry sky. There was a scarlet planet not far away. There were densely packed light blue buildings on it. They were exactly the same as the buildings they had just seen. Yun Nuoshing stood in front. She held a huge purple-black sword in her right hand. Dark red energy kept flowing into the huge sword. Suddenly, she slashed the sword at the planet in front of her. 1. The huge sword light had an extremely dazzling brilliance. It was like a broken sun fragment rushing forward. It slashed the planet in front of them with the power to split the sky and earth. The destructive impact instantly affected the entire planet. It almost wiped out all traces of the planet's existence. The remaining boundless power turned into a huge force that carried the planet into the distance. It disappeared into the starry sky. Not even a piece of rock was left behind. Something like that. A clear voice rang in their ears. Everyone's vision suddenly recovered. They were still standing on the planet. In front of them was the huge abyss. Everything they had just seen seemed to be just an illusion. A sword that came from the starry sky. I Ching murmured. He couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. At this realm, it wouldn't be a problem to crush an entire world with one palm. It could cut through worlds like tofu. It could only be said that this planet was a little too strong. It wasn't destroyed even after being slashed by such a powerful sword. Just now, Yun Nuoshing had used the divine statue to deduce. She had completely restored what this planet had encountered. Whether it was the place it had once been or the power of the attack, it was completely the same. It was about the power of a high-level origin. This distorted planet obviously had a defensive power close to that level. The body wasn't torn apart, but the life on it was wiped out by this attack. Oh, you just said that there's something below, right? Yun Nuoshing pointed down. I also feel that there's something below. A lot of energy is rushing down. This is probably the reason why the energy buildings on this planet still exist. At the mention of what happened below, I Ching's expression slowly became serious. He nodded and jumped down into the abyss first. Yun Nuoshing and the others also jumped down. The abyss was much wider than they thought. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. Gradually, even the walls of the abyss on both sides couldn't be seen. Not long after the group fell, the expression of the little angel suddenly froze. She reached out and hooked Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Her golden eyes looked down solemnly. There's an aura that makes me feel uneasy. It's distorted. It's seriously blasphemous. Blasphemous? Yun Nuoshing also frowned. He waved his hand and pulled Siyu and Lu Su to his side. For a while, he didn't sense anything wrong below. Anyway, it was definitely not wrong to pull them over first. We're almost there. This abyss isn't very deep. I Ching reminded from the front. This planet wasn't very big. They could dive to the bottom in a short time. Yun Nuoshing originally thought that he would see a blazing sea of fire, but when he didn't feel any movement of the fire element, he threw this thought away. This planet seemed to have completely cooled down. The core was no longer blazing. It was just a cold stone. About 15 seconds after I Ching's reminder, Yun Nuoshing and the others saw a faint light appear below. However, it wasn't the blazing orange light from the core of the planet. Instead, it was a strange scarlet light just like the scarlet earth. When he saw this light, a wave of disgust surged in his heart like a conditioned reflex. It was like a natural enemy. He naturally had an opposing reaction. It's that aura, Yun Nuoshing whispered softly in his heart. He turned his head and saw that the pretty face of the little angel was getting more and more solemn. He also felt that something was wrong. It was the purest light in the world. It was the most sacred existence. With its life form, it produced an opposing reaction. That's right. That aura made him feel that way. Logically speaking, it shouldn't affect him. After descending to a certain level, I Ching hurriedly pulled Tang Yen back and waved his hand to stop everyone. Below them was a sea of scarlet and purple light. From afar, they could see that the entire space below the abyss was a sea of scarlet and purple light. However, when these lights appeared in this place, they would more or less appear abnormally dark and strange. A seriously distorted aura almost hit them in the face. When they arrived at the innermost part of the planet, they were surprised to find that the depths of the earth were hollow. The inside of the planet seemed to have been hollowed out. The crack above just happened to expose this place. It was then discovered by I Ching. As Yun Nuoxing expected, there was still a lot of energy left in this big underground hole. He didn't know how long this planet had drifted to this edge of the abyss. It was lingering here at death's door, constantly absorbing the energy of the void, only separated by a thin barrier. It was just so that the energy buildings on its body could continue to exist, so that the things in the core of the planet could continue to exist. The big hole in the depths of the earth was a place that made people feel depressed and crazy. The entire space revealed a gloomy, terrifying, and distorted aura. In Yun Nuoxing's eyes, the big square below them was like a mass grave. Countless lives were casually thrown here. There was a huge thing in the depths of the earth. He had found out that it was a huge formation that looked like a rune. It probably encompassed the entire underground space. The scarlet and purple light they saw was emitted by it. It was also the proof that it had not stopped operating. When Tang Yen saw this scene again, she couldn't help but retch. Her mind and stomach were both churning. Apart from her, the others also felt slightly uncomfortable when they saw this scene. However, they were all high-level life forms who had lived for a long time and had seen even more terrifying scenes. They had even seen more disgusting scenes than this huge living sacrifice ceremony, so they just felt a little uncomfortable. Yun Nuoxing slowly descended. The others also carefully followed behind him. Standing on the square, they looked up and saw the whole picture of the square. In the huge underground hole, countless lives, races, and strange creatures were thrown on the ground like discarded items. They were all piled up here like groceries. There was also a layer of white bones that seemed to be under the formation. It was easy to distinguish the skeletons that belonged to the human race and the huge bodies of other races. The grayish-white powder that settled down at the bottom was silently telling of the tragedy that had happened here for a long time. The faint green and white mist floated in this quiet place. It was so quiet that no one dared to say a word, no one dared to breathe. In this deathly silent place, they seemed to hear some soft whispers, low roars, and silent weeping. It was as if there were many voices floating in this space. Yun Nuoxing reached out his hand to touch the green and white mist. The low whispers that lingered in their ears suddenly disappeared. He looked at the faint aura and said softly to them, "These are the souls that have been trapped here and can't dissipate. They can't enter the reincarnation cycle. They are the souls that have completely collapsed and collapsed over a long time." There were many auras of countless lives that had been overused in this place. They had only come down from one side, but he could already feel that there were similar auras all over the underground. In addition to the incomplete souls that he saw just now, he could hear the roars of souls that could not dissipate reverberating in the underground cavern. They hit the rock walls and bounced back, reverberating endlessly in this underground cavern. Perhaps the entire underground cavern was like this. The 3,000 divine realms. The 3,000 divine realms' footprints spread across 1,000 worlds. Every year, new people would be taken away every day. Even if not all of them were brought here, even if only a very small number of lives were brought here. Yun Nuoxing's voice was a little low. He rubbed his bangs and said, "But how many years has it been?" "Countless lives." He could feel that something that could be called the resentment of all living beings had settled in this underground cavern. It could even be called the will of all living beings in the void. How many lives had been consumed in this place? The little angel squatted down and looked at a person by his feet. "Little star, come over and take a look. This person seems to be still alive. He should have been brought here recently." Yun Nuoxing walked over and squatted down. He noticed that there were some purple things that looked like vines and blood vessels attached to the person's face. They did not have any vitality, only energy. These things obviously did not grow out of a human's body. He lifted the person up a little and saw the source of the unknown purple things. They were connected to the scarlet thing that looked like a formation below. It seemed to extend from there. Yun Nuoxing pinched the purple things. They were as cold and hard as vines. He crushed them with a gentle pinch. The purple vines that covered the person's body immediately withered, as if they were dying. They gradually turned into dust and dissipated. After the purple vines disappeared, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a surge of vitality from the depths of the person's body. Although the person's face and arms were pale and cold, as if they had been frozen into ice, it was the vitality that allowed him to determine that the person was still alive. The frozen body was slowly recovering at this moment. Yun Nuoxing lifted the person up and handed him to I Ching. Take him out of here first. He won't be able to survive if he stays here any longer. As for the others, he glanced at the white bones and bone dust all over the ground. There were also many living beings lying on the piles of graves. He frowned. I'll think of something. I Ching nodded and did not waste any time. He quickly took the person and rushed out of the crack. What are these things? Lu Su finally broke free from the deathly stillness. She looked at the purple vines that were clinging to the walls and countless living beings. She could not help but frown. I've never heard of such evil things in the void. This is what I told you. It's what we're searching for in the void. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the scarlet formation beneath his feet. It belongs to a race that has been completely distorted. That's right, I'm not sure about these things either. However, I can still analyze them, unless they're completely free from the restraints of the Great Yuan Realm's laws. Yun Nuoxing stood up. He was about to look deeper when he felt someone grabbing his arm. He turned around and saw Si Yu's pale face. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she stared at the mass graves. Her entire body was trembling slightly. He could not help but sigh. He was also shocked by the scene of living sacrifices here. He had forgotten that Si Yu was still beside him. The little girl had not been with them for long. Her ability to accept things was not that strong yet. He really did not know if her young heart would be hurt when she saw such a scene. Even he felt uncomfortable in the atmosphere here, let alone the little girl. Little girl, take a break. Go into my soul and stay for a while. Yun Nuoxing patted Si Yu's head and said softly. Si Yu turned around and looked at him. Mei Mao was a little confused. After a while, she nodded almost instinctively. Yun Nuoxing saw this and patted her long hair. Her body turned into a beam of light and entered between his eyebrows. He also sealed the view of his soul to prevent the little girl from seeing any deeper horror. What are they doing here? Lu Su's dazed expression did not ease after seeing this scene. Even the words that came out of her mouth were in a daze. Yun Nuoxing shook his head gently. I'm not sure about the specifics. The function of this formation seems to be to inject their distorted aura into other living beings. However, just knowing this effect does not guarantee that my guess is correct. Perhaps there are many possibilities. They want to distort the life forms that belong to normal order? He could not help but ask. Perhaps this is my most direct guess. Or perhaps they are using this method to study something. Perhaps they are studying the way to turn themselves into normal life forms of order. Perhaps they are trying to pull this world into hell. Who knows? Yun Nuoxing sighed. He was not surprised by such a scene. However, this gloomy and dark place still made him feel very uncomfortable. Yun Nuoxing turned around. Tang Yen followed behind them without saying a word and continued to move forward. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes that stared at this space had no anger nor weakness. There was only emptiness and calmness like a stagnant pool. It was as if her heart had already died. Little girl, I heard that I Ching had tracked all the way here through you. Yun Nuoshing suddenly said, "Could it be that the person you are looking for is also here?" Tang Yen looked at Yun Nuoshing blankly. Her eyes were empty and pale as if she was already dead. "Perhaps. I hope that they will not appear here," the little angel said softly. "Now, we can be sure that those fellows in the 3,000 divine realms are related to that race. We already have evidence. This is just a bigger piece of evidence. Their relationship may be closer than we thought. Perhaps they are working together. Perhaps they are using each other. However, the degree of closeness is probably beyond our imagination," Yun Nuoshing said. "Will there be any problems at the front line?" Yun Nuoshing heard and shook his head. "No, no matter how strong they are, it is useless. Compared to that, I still have to deal with this thing in front of us first." The little angel looked at the dark and empty space in the distance and nodded. "Have you thought of a way? Do you need help?" "Yes, come and help. It is easy for your divine power to deal with this kind of distortion." Yun Nuoshing nodded. Hearing that, the little angel turned into a ray of light and merged into his body. The energy of the two people also merged in an instant. The dark red energy and the divine power merged like a tidal wave and flooded the underground space. Destroying the formation was much easier than he had imagined. Perhaps those people did not know that this planet still existed. No one came to look for it. After all, this was a planet that had been destroyed on the surface. However, no one would have thought that it still existed at the edge of this world. The edge was almost half a foot into the void. When the huge formation was destroyed, the crazy and distorted aura suddenly disappeared. The space returned to normal. However, no one could ignore the situation in front of them. The pile of bones and bone powder was still eerie and terrifying. When Yun Nuoshing retracted his aura, he suddenly frowned. With a wave of his hand, the spreading wave of energy caught something and then carefully brought it to his side. It was two children who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. When he brought them over, he maintained their posture. He could see that the older boy was holding a girl up high, as if to let her avoid the entanglement of the purple vines. He did not know how long they maintained this posture. Perhaps until their bodies lost their energy and completely froze. Yun Nuoshing turned his head. "Are they the ones you are looking for?" His words were a little too late. Tang Yen was already trembling and kneeling in front of the two children. Her body could not stop trembling. Her originally empty eyes were now filled with traces of fragmentation. The look in her eyes was as if she had died. "Yes, they are mine. They are," the boy, who was less than 5 years older than the two children, murmured incoherently. His younger siblings had disappeared 6 years ago. When he saw them in the 3,000 divine realms, it might have been an illusion. He did not think that the two children could have survived. "Why are you crying? They are still alive." "Oh, if you are crying tears of joy, just pretend that I didn't say anything," Yun Nuoshing said casually. Tang Yan's eyes, which were already dead, suddenly brightened. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing in a daze. With snot and tears she said, "They are alive? They will come back to life after a while. The vitality in their bodies has not been contaminated. They are still slowly recovering." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Congratulations. The heavens are still looking out for you. At least, you are much luckier than many people here." Tang Yen was still kneeling. He almost fainted after experiencing so many ups and downs in a short period of time. Just as he was about to kowtow, Yun Nuoshing wrapped him and his siblings with energy. "All right, this place is dirty. Let's not stay here for long. Take those who are still alive and leave quickly." Lu Su moved closer and looked at the place where the dead gathered. Her emotions were complicated. "What should we do with this place?" "Let's bury them," Yun Nuoshing said softly. "They're all unlucky people who were dragged into this mess. It's not appropriate to leave them on this planet. Why don't we bury them in the void?" Just as he was about to teleport all the survivors away, the little angel suddenly whispered in her heart, Is this the last one, or just one of the many stars? Yun Nuoxing's expression froze. He was not sure about this. Chapter 1305. On the scarlet ground floated a huge energy ball that was completely condensed from divine energy. Thousands of lives were immersed in the golden divine energy. Most of them were from the human race, and the rest were from some strange races. Some of them were well-known races even in the void, and some were even unheard of by the Yun Nuo star. However, no matter how many races there were, they would definitely be able to find a corresponding world in the surrounding thousand void world. At present, these fellows who had survived the disaster were still in a coma, and the vitality in their bodies was slowly awakening. At this moment they could only be considered to be alive, and it would take a long time for them to truly awaken. However, just the fact that he was alive was enough for people to cheer for him. To Tang Yen, the experiences of the past few days were too fantastical and unforgettable. The final result made him cry tears of joy, and he almost fainted from crying. Yun Nuoxing looked at the young man who was not very old. He could not help but shake his head. It was not that he did not understand. Even if he cried out loud, it would not be embarrassing. Lord Feng, I have finished the inspection. As expected, there are no signs of life on this planet. There are no more survivors in the large underground cavern below. I Ching rushed out from the crack and saluted Yun Nuoxing. There are no survivors, but there is something else, I Ching. Yun Nuoxing put his hands together and let out a long sigh. I Ching was stunned. Something else. Perhaps it's because of the existence of this planet. That thing. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. After the array was destroyed, there was nothing below that could block his vision. At this moment, he could clearly see the entire Scarlet Planet. Unexpectedly, at the bottom, there was something at the bottom. That's right. At the bottom of the mass grave, there were still traces of energy surging. There was actually a life there, a distorted life. A life of order. It was very contradictory, because both of these things were manifested in it at the same time. He linked it to the Scarlet Circle and thought about it. It was probably a life of order, but after it was captured and brought to this place, it was changed by the distorted presence. A life of order that was polluted by the distorted power? As I Ching listened to him, he could not help but frown. Previously, when we discovered that power, it didn't seem like it could cause any sort of pollution to the space of order in the real world. Just because I didn't discover it doesn't mean that it doesn't have such a function. Yun Nuoxing looked at the starry sky and said, maybe the conditions are not right, maybe the condition is not right, maybe it needs that kind of formation just now to work. Maybe, there are many maybes, at least that's what I think. If you want to ask why, I can feel that the order is slowly fading away from the life buried underground. It is a very long process that may take millions of years, but no matter what, as long as it succeeds, it will prove that the distorted race indeed has the ability to corrupt the life of order, distorting the life form and soul into another life form that is vastly different from the original. A race that doesn't belong to the world of order, and doesn't belong to that distorted race. Hearing this, I Ching could not help but ask, aren't you going to become that distorted life form? You're going to become a third life form? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. This is not a question of 1 plus 1 divided into 2. In fact, there are too many restrictions on order in this world. In order for this world to operate normally without any mistakes, order is constantly adjusting itself. This is also the reason why we rarely see the wrong life form appearing. After all, order is something that is synchronized with the axis of time. The order of millions of years ago and the order of the present will not be exactly the same. With this limitation, if you want to do something to the order of a certain place, or even a part of the order, you first need to completely separate that place and isolate it from the Grand Yuan realm. Then, the order inside will remain in the state of being separated from the Grand Yuan realm, and then change or distort it. This is what you think of as 1 + 1 = 2. But in reality, this space obviously hasn't been completely isolated from the order. Those distorted races want to use their distorted power to pollute a life form of order, and they need to constantly and meticulously control it. It's impossible to just leave it here and let it run by itself. Even if there was someone controlling it before, there's no one now. No matter what, the one deep underground can only be a failure. The power of order and the power of distortion are not balanced and equal in his body. The strange life form created by such a fusion will become a new life form that also has these two types of energy. Everyone nodded and understood. I Ching asked again, "Is that guy harmful?" "It's hard to say." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. God knows if his brain has been specially taken care of by the power of distortion, or if his heart has been devoured by darkness or something. The two types of energy that represent order are constantly in contact and fusing in his body and soul. Perhaps they are also constantly disintegrating his will. In the end, it may be a fool, but it is more likely to be a lunatic with two types of order energy in his body. It's safer to clean it up in time. As Yun Nuoxing said, he lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. A dark red energy flashed across his body and disappeared, as if his body had suddenly flashed. It was so fast that no one could clearly see what had happened, or rather, what might have happened had not even begun. The first to notice something was wrong was the little angel. It was stunned for a second before raising its head. The light that penetrated through the space in the real world was the spot of light hanging in the sky. Its volume seemed to have increased by a lot. Then, it felt that many things were surging from the space in the real world, from the void. Countless things. Energy, rules, time, space, order, all tangible and intangible things were uniformly pointing in this direction. It did not know what was happening specifically, but it could feel that a lot of energy was madly converging, and the destination of those converging things was pointing straight at the star under its feet. The second to react was I Ching. Cold sweat was clearly visible on his forehead. Lord Feng, is there a need to make such a big commotion? You'll be noticed." As for the others, they did not react for a long time. Yun Nuoxing glanced at I Ching and used his eyes to point at those who were still in a state of recovery wrapped in the divine energy. "If you have the time to care about how big of a commotion I make, why don't you think about how to protect that thing instead?" I Ching wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran in front of the divine energy. He picked up Tang Yen, who was still standing in front of the golden energy ball, and carried her on his shoulder. Then, he put the energy ball back into his spiritual world and returned to Yun Nuoxing's side. His face was still covered in sweat. It's done." Yun Nuoxing looked at him a little speechlessly and shook his head helplessly. His style of doing things was so simple, straightforward, and tough. They would have plenty of time to get used to it. When the invisible energy had accumulated to a certain extent, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and brought the little angel, Cu, and the others away from the star. Looking down at the scarlet planet from afar, everyone could see clearly that brilliant rays of light were surging from the space in the real world into this space, and converging on the planet from all directions as if they were being focused. Bang! Yun Nuoxing clenched his fist, as if he was going to crush something. Everyone heard the sound of something shattering in their ears. It was the sound of the entire space, the void, collapsing. A black void bloomed in front of them, and a faint purple outlined the size of the opening. It was as if a huge whirlpool had suddenly appeared in the sea. The purple and black whirlpool suddenly opened behind the scarlet planet. Then, endless rays of light shone on the planet and slowly pushed it into the whirlpool. The ultimate chaotic law from the void began to disintegrate the moment it came into contact with the planet, quickly disintegrating it bit by bit. The planet began to break apart before everyone's eyes. First, the scarlet earth on the surface broke apart into countless fragments that surged into the void. Then, they saw some white objects enter the void. They existed in the chaos for a while before disintegrating into powder and disappearing. I Ching made a gesture towards that place from afar, as if he was saluting or reminiscing. Yun Nuoxing could roughly guess what he was doing just by seeing him tap his chest and draw a circle on his forehead. It was actually nothing much. The Empyrean god of origin was just sending a meager blessing to the countless lives that had passed away. If there was an afterlife, it would naturally produce a relatively better fate due to the unfairness of this life. Probably. Boom! A violent, distorted aura erupted from the nothingness. The soaring energy was like a shock wave that blasted towards the space between the cracks. The distorted aura shook the fragile space between the cracks. It was so sudden that it shocked everyone. I Ching took a step forward and pushed his energy to the limit. Yun Nuo had been on guard against such a situation for a long time. At this moment, he did not find it strange that the guy was awakened when he encountered the greatest crisis. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, the collapsing vortex suddenly weakened, the space barrier and the void almost directly came into contact with the entire Scarlet Planet. The countless rays of light that turned into countless energy hovered above the vortex, instantly suppressing the distorted energy that emerged back into the collapsing vortex. Roar, roar, roar! The roar penetrated the void and collapsed space, causing cracks to appear in the space. I Ching felt his heart palpitate when he saw the cracks slowly appearing on the surface of a mirror. He quickly took a step back and protected the others behind him. The shock wave formed by the roar had solidified in the space. It's just a failed creation, and its power isn't weak either. It absorbed the distorted energy formed by countless lives, yet it can be modified to this state? Yun Nuoxing was slightly surprised. He took a step forward and responded to the roar with a soft shout. The two powerful energies collided in the space between the two, and almost tore a hole in the fragile space leading to the void and the real world. Distorted creation, blasphemy to life. Unfortunately, there is no place for you in this world. Go down. Yun Nuoxing clasped his hands together. The collapsed space and the void were instantly covered by a dark red energy. The moment the energy filled with endless destructive power appeared, the entire space between the two became unstable. Master Feng, please be careful, this fragile space can't withstand your power. If you shatter the space between the two, it might allow the void outside to rush into this world. I Ching quickly reminded him. I know I'm being careful, but I won't be able to kill that guy if he's being careful. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Sometimes it was not a good thing to stand too high on the world stairway. Someone like him could easily tear a hole in the world barrier with just a little bit of force. It was easy to guess what would happen next. The speed at which the void was spreading was limitless. As long as he tore a hole, the void outside would immediately rush into this world. The dark red energy rapidly shrunk, compressing everything in the space. The void vortex kept shrinking too. Yun Nuoxing increased his power to the limit of the space. He clenched his teeth and controlled the limit, sinking the entire space into the void. Bang! 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 Even though the space had been closed in time, there were still several sounds of impact and explosion. Endless destructive power leaked out from the opening, making I Ching's scalp tingle. He could roughly guess what had happened in the void below. A bomb had been stuffed into it out of thin air. It was probably in chaos at the moment. The destructive power rampaged through the space between the two worlds for a while before dissipating. The space on the verge of collapse gradually stabilized after a while. Little Angel and I Ching heaved a sigh of relief. They almost thought this world was over. Although they were in the enemy's world, there were still many unlucky people who did not know anything. That's right, just like the unlucky people they found on that planet, they might just be ordinary people. In the world they lived in the small place they lived in, they were called geniuses or ordinary people. It was only later that something happened that caused their fates to converge. It could be considered an unexpected disaster. No one would have thought that their originally good life would fade into meaningless ashes in an instant. Everything collapsed into nothingness. Did that distorted thing just now wake up? I Ching asked after he felt that the space had completely stabilized. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It seems that even if its brain was burned, it still has a strong feeling. It was aware of the disaster that caused it to wake up all of a sudden. Fortunately, it was just a failure. Everything has not been handled properly, and its energy has not been completely integrated. It still can't control the energy that belongs to it. Otherwise, I would have cut off this space and brought it into the void to play with it for a while. After that, he glanced at the empty space, waved his hand, and led everyone into the void. He slowly teleported towards the place where Qing Jun was located. It seems that the action plan has to be changed slightly. It seems that these 1,000 worlds need to be carefully checked. It is very likely that they are all gathered in the 17 main worlds. But just in case, it's better to check the other worlds together. It will take a lot of effort, but it is indeed necessary to search. At this point, I Ching frowned again. It would be great if we could know what those guys want to do. That way we can take some precautions. Right now, we only know that they exist, but we don't know where they are. We don't know what they are planning, or what strange things they are doing. If we just sit and wait for them to appear, it always feels like we will fall into a passive position. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. There is no other way. Yun Nuoxing also felt a little helpless. We can only prepare as much as possible. We have to be ready to fight at any time and any place. We don't know when they will appear and catch us off guard. They have already appeared twice. There will definitely be a third time, a fourth time. Maybe the next time they appear will be when we are about to go all out against those people from the 3,000 divine realms. Ahem. Lord Feng, I am very happy to hear that there are new developments on your side, but can your conversation with I Ching stop for a moment? Yun Nuoxing and I Ching were about to continue talking when they heard a somewhat helpless voice in their minds at the same time. It was Qing Jun listening to what he said. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. It was very impolite to interrupt his boss. He might have thought so, so he waited for a long time until he could not wait any longer. Probably something urgent had happened. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. Go on, I'm listening. What happened over there? Something big happened. When Qing Jun said this sentence with a trembling voice, Yun Nuoxing's heart suddenly thumped. She felt that something bad had happened. Perhaps the void felt that he was too idle, so it created the time-axis resonance to let him move around properly. Just after Qing Jun finished speaking, and before Huiying had time to appear, a message from the divine realm rushed into his mind without any hindrance. He could vaguely recognize that it was Jing Yuanji's voice. Lord Feng, the distorted races are attacking the divine realm on a large scale. The enemy is suspected to have powerful beings at the peak of multiple origins. Yun Nuoxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Qing Jun, who had an abnormal expression on his face, spread out his hands. Lord Feng, it's this, by the way. Lord Feng, the battle has also started on our side. Just 5 minutes ago. Yun Nuoxing clutched her chest and felt a burst of tightness. Even if she had imagined countless situations, even if she had imagined many situations and made many preparations, she had never thought that there would be such an operation. Little star, what's wrong? The little angel came up to her with concern and held her hands tightly. She saw that Yun Nuoxing and I Ching's expressions had changed drastically, and she did not know what had happened. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes with all her might. After a while, she muttered, Our property has been confiscated. The rear of the divine realm is empty. The front line has started fighting. The little angel tilted her head cutely. Chapter 1306. From the time they set out for battle to the time they lurked in the enemy's homeworld, they had been calculating and calculating all kinds of things that might happen. No matter how ridiculous the probability was, they were all taken into account. They had also imagined that they would be lured away from their home and rush into the enemy's homeworld, only to be raided. A similar situation did happen later, but they ended up being surrounded by countless people in the divine world. Some of them were even caused by Yun Nuoshing and the others themselves. They thought that this chaotic situation was already the worst that could happen, but who would have thought that the final situation would be that they would be raided under the watchful eyes of millions? This sudden situation caused Yun Nuoshing's brain to freeze for 2 or 3 seconds. When he came back to his senses, he found that the front line was entangled. Those people had begun to frantically break through the void blockade, but it was not a big problem. Qing Jun could handle it well. Now, he was only glad that he left 20% of his combat power in the divine world. Otherwise, the current situation might be several times more serious. It was definitely not a problem for the creation's barrier alone to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of a group of high-level existences, but he set a minimum limit. When the creation's barrier was used for defense, it would lose its effect after a certain amount of energy was consumed. The remaining part was for future use. Whether it was used to defend against the underworld or resist the great samsara, the remaining part was needed for future use. Jing Yuanji's voice was a little nervous when she reported, and she was unusually solemn. She could still speak in such a tone when she was temporarily in charge of the divine world. Who knew how much power the other side had used? Being attacked from 2 sides is really the worst situation. Are those guys crazy? I Ching used a minute to return to his senses from the shocking news. He could not help but sigh in amazement. They had only clashed with the Twisted Race once or twice before, and they had played hide-and-seek from a great distance away. Even though the Twisted Race had used a more objective battle prowess in those 2 clashes, it was nowhere near as exaggerated as this time. They had even used multiple peak reciprocity battle prowess, which made him wonder whether they had turned out in full strength. Yun Nuoshing didn't know if his opponent had gone crazy. Anyway, he wanted to go crazy when he heard the news. To the leisurely time that was far away. It had been a long time since he had a leisurely sleep, although those twisted fellows might have been affected by the power of distortion to the point that their bodies were abnormal, and even their brains might have been burned into charcoal by their own power. It was rare for them to go so crazy. For a moment, Howren wondered if those fellows had sensed something when he destroyed this place. Just because one cultivation site was destroyed, they wanted to take down the celestial realm as their next target? Or they might just destroy it to vent their anger. But they couldn't dismantle it either. A creation of the celestial realm was not something they could dismantle as they wished. Anyway, he couldn't figure out what those guys were up to in such a short period of time, and it didn't seem to be the time to care about this. In short, the current situation seemed to require him to go back and help hold the fort. Forget it, let's go back first. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and led everyone into the void. He wasn't worried about Qing Jun's battle line at all. 80% of the main forces of the celestial realm were gathered there. Not to mention dealing with a small battlefield, they could even wipe out half of the void without a problem, except for the abyssal death mist. There are some disturbances in the void. Lord Feng, it seems that we can't directly teleport back to the celestial realm, I Ching hurriedly said as soon as he entered the void and felt a strange atmosphere. I know, that's why I didn't teleport just now. If we teleport through the void in this situation, we'll most likely be thrown to a place that's an entire primordial realm away from our destination. How extravagant! The void is filled with traces of distortion by those fellows. Their energy seems to have begun to come into contact with the void. Could it be that they want to change the rules of the void? I Ching picked up this sinking idea again. Yun Nuoshing frowned. His eyes flickered, and then he shook his head. We haven't sensed anything like that yet. We're in the enemy's territory, and we don't know what they've prepared. That aura seems to be only enveloping this void domain. It shouldn't take long for us to leave this place and teleport through the void. That's right, it shouldn't take long. They just needed to get out of this void that was full of distorted aura. It would only take them 2 hours. After that, they could directly teleport back to the celestial realm in the void. It was just that during these 2 hours, the creation's barrier, Jing Yuanji, and the others could hold on for a few hours. He was only worried that those people would choose to leave after realizing that the celestial realm seemed to be forever unbreakable. There was no telling how much energy had been consumed in this region. For 5 whole days, Qi Hua and the others saw people constantly unleashing powerful energy blasts towards the celestial realm. Those who had just arrived did not have time to figure out what was happening and what was happening. They simply followed the crowd and attacked as they pleased. It was as if the energy of hundreds of worlds had exploded here. It was so bright and dazzling that the intense flashes of energy could be seen from every corner of the stars. It's been 5 days. It's been 5 days. The young man felt a headache as he looked at the energy blasts in the distance. The rumbling of the rules penetrated the stars and reverberated in their minds. The energy blasts lasted for several days, and that was how many days they had been here. Qihua could not help but frown. His intuition was naturally stronger than others when it came to certain things. The uneasy feeling in his heart lasted for 5 days, and that feeling grew stronger with each energy blast. Old Qi, is that feeling still there? The young man could not help but ask when he noticed Qihua's constipated expression. Qihua nodded. It hasn't dissipated. I'm sure something bad is going to happen. The young man's expression became a little solemn when he heard that. Putting aside the fact that his intuition was stronger than others, if it was an illusion, it should have dissipated a long time ago. How could it have lasted for 5 whole days? It seemed that something was really going to happen here. By the way, I've seen people from the celestial realm come to this edge to take a look. I don't know why they didn't make a move. Qihua pointed at the bottom of the energy blast. He could vaguely feel some powerful life forms appearing in those places, then quietly leaving and appearing again. Champions from the celestial realm? No, I really didn't see them. The young man did a double take and waved his hand. As for why they didn't sell it, how would I know why they didn't make a move? Probably because they're not worried about that barrier. After all, this place is... He paused and looked around. There are many high-level beings here. More than 1,000 origin lifeforms, with 100 or 200 of them being advanced. Many of them have been famous in our void world for a long time and have long since gone into seclusion. I didn't expect them to jump out at this moment. If so many origin lifeforms could not even break a hole in that barrier, one could imagine how strong its defenses are. I'm sure those from the celestial realm are very reassured. Don't worry. Qihua's cheeks twitched. With such a huge commotion, it was likely that the entire god realm knew about it. However, it seemed that only a few people had come to watch, and there were no more than that. How much did they feel at ease that no one planned to come and watch? This world was so big, there must be a lot of people who had nothing better to do and were busy watching the show, Qihua's gaze suddenly focused on a certain spot and could not help but take a second look. He then patted the young man beside him on the shoulder. Look over there? The young man turned and followed Qihua's gaze, and soon saw a group of people wearing black robes with silver patterns that appeared to be some special emblem. Oh, people from the 3,000 divine realms, he said after a single glance. They're from the main world, used to manage the subordinate factions of other vassal worlds. No, they're called the 3,000 divine realms even in the main world, so it's not surprising that they're here. Qihua looked carefully and shook his head. I'm telling you to look over there. Beside the 3,000 divine realms, there's a group of people covered in blood-red mist. The young man did a double take. He did see clusters of red mist wafting over there, but were there people inside? He did not see anything at all. Your senses are getting more and more abnormal. That group is probably some high-level existence. We can't see them clearly, but they're about to make a move. Chihua's heart thumped again. He saw red mist gradually emerging from behind many of the people gathered here. It carried an aura that made him feel very uneasy. No one had noticed them until the blood-red mist emerged. The blood-red fog around the 3,000 people from the divine region surged. Someone from the former said something to the fog, then nodded. Figures appeared from the fog. That aura was the most terrifying one he had sensed in this part of the galaxy. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of disgust, and disgust rose in his heart involuntarily. People related to the 3,000 divine realms. I seem to have seen this blood-red mist before, in the main world. The young man scratched his head. But I'm not very sure. It's said that they've only appeared a few times. Our world is so far away from the main world, so we don't know much about it. Chihua still frowned when he heard this. He pulled the young man's arm and retreated far away. The others were also stunned when they saw this. After exchanging glances, they hurriedly followed. The young man looked at his wrinkled face and could not help but say, "You've been a little strange these days. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Chihua's face darkened. He shook his head. "Look, in the crowd and this starry sky." They all turned around and were stunned. Those people wrapped in blood-red mist seemed to have appeared out of thin air under this starry sky. Their scale was unusually large, as if the entire starry sky was wrapped in red mist. Moreover, there seemed to be something surging uneasily in this starry sky. The starlight was faintly distorted. The woman's gaze paused and suddenly widened. "I seem to have seen this aura before, but it's not in the main world or the other worlds. It's in—" She suddenly shut her mouth with lingering fear. Gulping, she mouthed, "It's best that we leave this place now, right now." Chihua nodded in agreement. "I have a bad feeling too. It's best to leave as soon as possible." Two weird fellows. The young man felt a little stomachache and scratched his head irritably. All right. Let's go. Let's not care about this weird place. Either way, there's something wrong with all of you since we came here. Are you not acclimatizing?" Chihua and the woman could not help smiling bitterly. If only it was that simple. They were the only ones who understood, but they dared not say it out loud due to certain things. They could only hint and emphasize that they should leave. The young man took out a door the size of a palm and threw it into the stars with a shake of his hand, where it enlarged to 3 meters tall. Then, he waved his hand and said to everyone, "Then let's go. You two better give me a good explanation when you get back. Really, isn't this a wasted trip? So much time and travel expenses wasted." Hearing his muttering, the two of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. The others shrugged and walked straight into the door, disappearing under the starry sky. The young man turned around and looked at the realm of the gods, which was still erupting with endless light. After a while, he reluctantly looked away. He didn't even get to enter that world, so he felt that this trip was a bit of a waste. Turning, he entered the door and emerged from another space. Just as he was about to stretch and take a deep breath of fresh air, he suddenly froze. He felt that his body was in a very empty place. He quickly opened his eyes to look around and found that they were standing in the void. Beside him, Chihua and the others were looking around solemnly. The gate's teleportation point is locked to one place. Why would we be in the void and fall out halfway? Just as he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. He quickly turned around, the energy in his body churning and surging, ready to burst out of his body. "Who is it?" A person slowly appeared in the void. Her light blue hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, and she was wearing a snow-white dress dotted with green. It was Jing Yuanji, but her figure was slightly illusory, as if she was not her real body. She looked at the person in front of her, spread her hands and said softly, "Guests from afar, I'm sorry, but you can't leave this place now." It was just a shadow, but Chihua could feel the presence of those blood-colored figures. His brow twitched, and he quickly took a step forward. "You're from the divine realm?" Jing Yuanji smiled faintly, a silent acknowledgement. She raised her hand, and a blue light wrapped around it. An energy that made Qi Hua and the others shudder in fear came from it, and they lost all thoughts of resisting. "Now is a special time, please understand. But don't worry, if you're not special people, we won't hurt you. But please stay in this world for a while. Please listen to me, the divine realm is being targeted by a very terrifying force." The woman hurriedly stepped forward and said anxiously. She could feel an incomparably powerful energy coming from the other party, and she felt uneasy talking to such a person. That energy is far away from this void, and there was a period of time when it spread through various worlds like a plague. Her words were cut off by a powerful energy. Everyone turned around in shock. Standing in the void, they could see that the world of light behind them was unusually bright and no different from other world of light. However, this was the world of light of the world of gods. At that very moment, a pure, deep red light suddenly erupted from the center of the world of light, illuminating the entire world of light as if a pillar of light. Jing Yuanji was also stunned by the sudden burst of energy. Her real body was in the divine realm, so she could sense it more clearly. Beings at the pinnacle of origin. This is a little tricky, and there are so many of them. When did they sneak in? She turned around abruptly, and saw Qi Hua and the others standing where they were, with an innocent look on their faces, as if it had nothing to do with them. But then again, it had nothing to do with them in the first place. They only came to take a look at the divine realm because they were looking forward to it, and they did not expect to run into such a bad time. Jing Yuanji waved her sleeve, and a condensed spatial energy shrouded them. "Please stay in the divine realm for a while. Also, I have some questions for you." Qi Hua and the others smiled bitterly. As expected, something had happened. They did not know what kind of treatment they would receive if they fell into the other party's hands. The other party's realm was not something they could afford to offend. With just a thought, they would be reduced to ashes. At this moment, there was nothing they could do other than to nod and cooperate. Jing Yuanji's real body opened her eyes in the world of the gods. She looked at the scarlet energy pillar that was like a pillar supporting the sky. It crashed into the creation's barrier with a distorted energy that could crush the galaxy. The entire barrier burst into an extremely dazzling light, as if a supernova was blooming here. She was a little shocked for a moment. "Seal the world barrier," she said calmly. The others around her were stunned. They also felt a sense of danger from the distorted energy, and their brows were tightly furrowed. "The time that Lord Feng said is not up yet," the youth could not help but say. "There's a change in the plan. We have to deal with it urgently." Jing Yuanji glanced at him, muttered, and bit her lip. "I'll talk to Lord Feng. For now, we have to protect the creation's barrier." Chapter 1307. The void was still filled with that distorted presence. That distorted energy had blocked the connection between the void and the void. Like a boulder in a river, it divided the river into two halves. Although the two halves would meet again in a distant place, it was still a fact that it had been obstructed and blocked. Now, Yun Nuoxing and the others were in this region. The void region that included 1,000 world light clusters was actually very large. With their speed, they would not be able to return to the celestial realm immediately. In this distorted space, the energy had already interfered with many elements in the void. They could easily be sent to the wrong place if they used the void to teleport long distances. Yun Nuoxing tried his best to maintain soul communication with Jing Yuanji so that he could keep track of what was happening in the celestial realm. He still did not know how many people the distorted race had sent. According to Jing Yuanji, they were all over the starry sky, and there were new enemies rushing in from the void. They had already sealed the world barrier, but they did not know how the enemy had bypassed the barrier and directly appeared in that world. Now that the barrier's sealing effect had disappeared, the only thing left was to tell them how many people had rushed into the world barrier. They rushed in like an endless waterfall, but those strange life forms don't seem to be pure life. They have a strong life aura, the unique life aura of the distorted race. They also seem to have spiritual intelligence, but they are too fragile. They are like shadows that can be easily torn apart, but they also have that kind of energy. Yun Nuoshing frowned. This was very similar to what we encountered when he went to place the time node. It was exactly the same. He now had a guess, which was probably not much different from Jing Yuanji's guess. If it was not an energy shadow of a doppelganger, then it was some kind of low-level mass-produced life form with divine power. It only had energy and basic intelligence, which was much easier to deal with than the abyssal death mist because the former was too fragile and could be easily torn apart. The creation's barrier erected in the celestial realm could mobilize the energy of the entire celestial realm for defense, and it would not be so easily destroyed. Jing Yuanji and the others could also borrow the energy of the creation's barrier to attack and defend when necessary. For a short period of time, the energy was close to unlimited. This was probably the advantage of defense. The enemy was not in their home ground, and probably had a lot of tricks that they could not use, so their combat power was definitely not as terrifying as imagined. According to the way they fought desperately to destroy the creation's barrier, as long as Jing Yuanji and the others shared the burden of defending the creation's barrier, it would not be a problem. But that was only for a short period of time. If the enemy's numbers increased to a certain extent, the pressure on the creation's barrier would skyrocket. It would also need to leave some energy to deal with the underworld and the great samsara, so it would not be able to hold on forever. In the void, Yun Nuoshing kept using the Netherworld Ruins sword to cut out a safe path to teleport. There were only a few of them in the party, and he did not think of asking the people on the front line to come back to defend. Logically speaking, he alone should be enough. As the energy of the celestial realm temporarily took over the world barrier, Yun Nuoshing's observer's eye could easily observe every corner of that world. Looking inside the world barrier, he could see red streams appearing out of thin air from all directions in that world, and then converging into a huge wave that rushed to the celestial realm. The energy of the huge wave was gathered in the huge red light in front of it, and turned into a new wave of energy to attack the celestial realm. Even across the void, Yun Nuoshing could see the scene clearly. The source of the streams was a huge dimensional door, and the edges of the dimensional door were surging with energy that overflowed to maintain the portal. Behind the dimensional door was probably that world of theirs, a world that was so distorted that even if he was not there and could only see a little of what was going on inside the dimensional door, he could still feel a terrifying distortion energy that was even slightly affecting the space around the dimensional door. Lord Feng. I Ching could not help but speak up. Have we been set up? First, they stirred up trouble in the celestial realm, then we went to seek revenge, and now we're being attacked from both sides. I have a feeling that every step is going according to plan. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Actually, I have a feeling that we're the ones who caused the current situation. We spread the news to get people to come and watch, and lured away the others from that world so that we can go and watch them as we wish. They're either using it as a convenience, or they're being pressured by the celestial realm and have no choice but to come and do something to force our people away so that they can save those trapped in the 3,000 divine realms. I Ching thought about it carefully, and felt that both possibilities were not small. However, if it was the latter, then it meant that there was more than just one or two things going on between them and the 3,000 divine realms. Or, there was something in the sealed void that the celestial realm was concerned about or something like that. Yun Nuoshing raised the nethervoid sword and wanted to quickly teleport again. However, the little angel quickly stopped him and shook her head. You still have to fight when you get back. You need to be in good condition. The soft voice had a calming power. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a moment, but he still swung his sword. However, he did not use too much energy this time. He only used the Nethervoid sword's characteristics to destroy the distorted energy that permeated the void. I'm controlling my power. Don't worry, I've calculated everything. The little angel nodded in response. She looked at the void and could not help but frown. Why didn't we feel this distorted energy when we came? The void was very calm at that time, and there was definitely nothing like this. It's some sort of backup plan, like an energy domain. I'm afraid that they have already prepared many things in this void. Regardless of what it was originally used for, it's enough to trap us for a while. Because it was hidden deep enough and I did not check the void, no one expected something like this to happen. Yun Nuoshing said flatly. Her expression changed slightly, and she shook her head. No, it's my fault. I didn't prepare enough. I thought that no one else would do something like this, to set up such a large domain in the void. Fortunately, it's only a domain that disrupts the void. At most, it can only be used to obstruct enemies. If it was any other domain, it would be terrible. When he mentioned this, the little angel recalled the 60 years they had spent together in the void. She could not help but scratch her head. Indeed, no one else was like him, to set up something in half of the void so crazily. Lord Feng, you've thought very far ahead. However, no one can perfectly predict what will happen in the future. After all, our enemy is also at the pinnacle of origin. I Ching said from the side. Enemy? Yun Nuoshing suddenly sneered and shook her head. The enemy we're facing is not these things. If the enemy is only at this level, then the situation in the future will be much better. I Ching's expression trembled, and he fell silent for a moment. He knew what the Lord Observer was talking about. The underworld, that was the true enemy they had to face. They had been silent in the void for many years without any movement, but it was precisely this silence that was frightening. As one of the core members, he knew what kind of enemy the underworld was facing. He remembered what Lord Observer said before they set off. They are only out to punish. The 3,000 divine realms and the dozens of primary worlds are not enemies. It's just an internal conflict in the world of order. No matter who wins or loses, the world of order and the world of order will be weakened. However, they had no other choice. This was a necessary action. Whether or not these people were a force in the world of order was a problem. Looking at the distorted races, and then looking at the 3,000 divine realms that were entangled with them, instantly, I Ching was a little disappointed with the world of order. With our current speed, we'll be there in about an hour. Seeing that I Ching's expression was a little bad, Yun Nuoshing said, Don't be nervous. Leave the future to the future. We just need to do our best. There's no need to predict the future. Even if he already knew the outcome, he was still willing to give up everything for the illusory future, for the unimaginable future. I Ching nodded and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he received a message in his soul. He looked at it and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Lord Feng, because the front line was easily suppressed, someone has requested to return to the world of God. There's no need for that. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and looked at the distant, unseen battle. It's not a catastrophe. The world of gods hasn't fallen yet, so they just need to take care of the battlefield on their side. Don't forget what I said, I don't think they're putting all their eggs in one basket. There might be people hiding in other places. Continue to close the perimeter. If there's nothing left to do on the front line, then clear out the entire void. Don't miss a single inch. I Ching nodded and hurriedly shouted these words back. The voices at the front line immediately quieted down. Yun Nuoshing had a headache. Even after decades, he still felt a faint sense of bewilderment. He was a person who had lived dozens of eras later, and had used his former identity as Feng Ling to experience everything in this dark dream. Even someone like him would feel a faint sense of unreality. Now wasn't the time to think about such things. Whether it was a dream or not, whether it was real or not, it didn't matter. Yun Nuoshing shook his head, and found Jing Yuanji's presence in his soul. Jing Yuanji, what's the situation on your side? Jing Yuanji did not reply for a long time, which made Yun Nuoxing's expression a little dark. A desire to destroy rose in his heart, and just as he was about to sweep the entire void and pulverize the race that disturbed his sweet dreams, Jing Yuanji's voice finally sounded. She was panting a little and seemed to be weak from overexertion of energy. Lord Feng. Phew. The enemy's attack is getting stronger. They seem to be able to borrow more and more people. Phew. They're strengthening their own energy. The constant attacks from that distorted beam are quickly depleting the creation's barrier's energy. Now, the stars are filled with enemies. Phew. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled by her breathless voice. How are you? Are you hurt? A little. Just now I went out with a few people to disrupt their endless attacks, by some time, and fought with 2 people who were at the pinnacle of origin. Ah, Lord Feng, I'm fine. We've retreated now. There are no casualties. The only thing that gives us a headache is the number. There are too many of them. When I look up, it seems that the entire sky is covered in blood. I really don't know how many of them there are, and if they're really coming out in full force. As for the others, those who attacked the creation's barrier at the beginning have retreated far away and are watching. They seem to know the distorted race. At least, they should have seen them before. They appear in the so-called origin world that they mentioned. Jing Yuanji laughed again because of his concern, and her slightly pale face flushed with a rosy hue. You've attacked the entire army, haven't you? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and said the truth very calmly. After a while, he felt that Jing Yuanji was nervous. He shook his head and said, Forget it. It's fine as long as there are no casualties. You guys hold the creation's barrier and wait for us to return. It won't take long. Jing Yuanji nodded obediently. She hesitated and said nervously, Lord Feng, I saw that person on the battlefield. The person that you and Lord Hui were very concerned about. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and confused. He quickly rummaged through the memories in his mind, looking for all the memories that belonged to the Dark Age. The more he searched, the deeper his frown became. He could not find anyone that he was particularly concerned about. He had almost recalled all the memories about Feng Ling, but he did not have any of the earliest memories before he became a god. Even so, he could not find anything related to what Jing Yuanji said about the person that he and Hui were particularly concerned about. There was no feeling at all. Jing Yuanji seemed to have known that the observer would forget things easily. She was not surprised. She reminded him softly, in the 47th era, there was a powerful person who was trying to reach a higher level. At that time, the entire void felt the fluctuation. The energy left behind by the failure of the breakthrough seemed to have blown up the entire void region. But that person came and went quickly. He disappeared without a trace before anyone saw him. When she mentioned it, Yun Nuoxing's mind naturally surged with a memory that he was sure he did not have just now. He still remembered that he and Hui had gone to take a look and saw that person. Oh, it's him. Why? Did he join the battle? Or what happened? Did you fight him? Jing Yuanji shook her head. He's just watching. If I'm not wrong, he might have something to do with that twisted race. I once almost trapped a high-level origin source guy to death in an exile space, and he was the one who saved him. It's okay. Don't worry about him. Compared to that, we will arrive in less than an hour. You guys be careful. Just guard the creation's barrier. Leave the rest to me. By the way, you should keep an eye on the realm of the gods. We did not drive everyone out last time. Well, we will hold on until enough time. The creation's barrier will not be broken, and the realm of the gods will not fall. There was a faint smile in Jing Yuanji's voice. She had just fought her way out of an army of thousands. She could still smile easily. It should not be a very bad situation yet. After ending this transmission, I Ching carefully glanced at Yun Nuoxing and said, Lord Feng, do you really not need anyone else to help? Yun Nuoxing saw the worry on I Ching's face. He sighed and shook his head. No, it's not necessary. Just let them handle it. Just as well. I'll let you see how I fight. You will never see it from Hui. The little angel waved her hand and said, Don't worry. You won't be able to understand this guy. It's been 60 to 70 years since he went all out last time. At that time, he killed a primeval god of the underworld. Everyone was shocked. What's the use of a victory that can't be replicated? Yun Nuoxing glanced at it and shook his head helplessly. Besides, even if I can't, Hui is still in the realm of the gods. Don't think that he is in a state of hibernation. I bet that he already knew that the realm of the gods was being watched. If he did not jump out now, it means that things are not that bad. If he had sensed the danger earlier, he would have called me back. Looking at his calm face that was more convincing than full of confidence, I Ching shrugged and roared at those who asked for help. The latter and the others had no choice but to fight on the front line. Yun Nuoxing was not worried about this. Compared to the battle, he was more concerned about the void. Not long ago, probably after he buried the Scarlet Planet in the void, he felt an energy disturbance from the middle plane. It was not very clear and seemed to come from a place further away. There was only the abyss of death mist in front of the entire world of order. There was no movement from the larger war blockade so far. He was only worried that the energy disturbance had something to do with them. Time flew by quietly as countless people were anxious and sweating. News from the two battlefields kept coming to Yun Nuoxing and I Ching. On the front line, it seemed that it was impossible for the 3,000 divine realms to break through. On the realm of the gods, the enemy's attacks were getting crazier and crazier. There were already faint ripples on the creation's barrier, which would only appear when the defensive power of the barrier had dropped to a certain level. At this moment, some of the major sects and factions in the realm of the gods were assisting in the defense. Even a little bit of help was better than nothing. It had been 4 to 6 hours since Jing Yuanji noticed the outbreak of the battle. The number of enemies was really like a sea. Everyone who was not involved in the battle had retreated. They all felt that the situation was not quite right and hurriedly fled to avoid being involved in the battle. After resting for a while, Jing Yuanji led her people to attack another wave of enemies. This time, they directly faced off against almost 100 heavenly origin gods. After a fierce battle, Jing Yuanji activated the energy of the creation's barrier and defeated more than half of the shadow enemies. She then led the people of the realm of the gods back into the barrier. The group of people had almost used up all their energy, but the impact on the creation's barrier was clearly much weaker. The violent ripples on the barrier had calmed down quite a bit. After Yun Nuoxing heard the news, he was in a hurry to leave. At this moment, he had almost used up all of his energy of destruction. The degree of interference from the distorted aura in the void had exceeded his expectations. They should have left 10 minutes ago, but for some reason it would take them a while to leave this area. At this moment, the void was filled with traces of destruction left behind by Yun Nuoxing using the Nether Void sword and the dark red energy to open up a path. He had already begun to madly absorb the energy of the void. He had already started accumulating energy from the void. He was only waiting for the moment to return to the realm of the gods. At the realm of the gods barrier, where the flames of war were raging, everyone suddenly shuddered. Their souls were very sensitive as they sensed something, but it was only for an instant, leaving them dumbfounded. No one knew that a violent comet was about to flatten this part of the universe. Chapter 1308. Another half an hour later, Yun Nuoxing and the others finally left the void domain. After passing through their void seal, the distorted aura suddenly dropped to 0. He immediately led the others to the void where the realm of the gods was located. Opening a path just now had consumed a little energy, but it did not affect him much. He did not need to rest to be able to fight. Moreover, he had a big one in his hands right now. When a flash of light appeared in the void beside them, a wave of order flashed and disappeared. Their figures disappeared in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they were all stunned. They thought that they would see the realm of the gods when they opened their eyes. In fact, Yun Nuoxing was also teleporting to the realm of the gods. It was a special teleportation method for observers. Logically speaking, no matter where they were in the void, they could be instantly teleported back to the realm of the gods. The wave just now confirmed that they were teleported through the void. However, they were now surrounded by a dark void. In front of them was a world of light. The powerful red light that burst out from within had a strong power of order and law. It was directly reflected on the world barrier. It's blocked. Yun Nuoxing pressed hard on the world barrier in front of him. A strong resistance came from the world barrier. The energy of the creation's barrier is mixed with another kind of energy. It's a distorted energy that disrupts the void and order. It's powerful enough to push my teleportation outside. Sealing the void and the world barrier was extremely common in battles of this level. When the battle began, the territory to be fought over would expand from a city, a planet, or a region to an entire world barrier. After occupying an entire region, the process of the battle would change a lot. Occupying an entire region would allow one to constantly adjust and endow that region with the power of order to strengthen oneself and weaken the enemy. Even if it was only temporary, it was enough for a battle. The higher beings had a strong sense of order. This allowed them to only be slightly affected when faced with these regional changes. However, it was a very important thing. Usually, before a large-scale battle, some preparations would be made in the void and the world barrier. When they went on an expedition to the 1,000 worlds of the 3,000 divine realms, they directly sealed the entire void domain. They were now in charge of that region. If they were not worried about affecting unrelated people, they could have changed the rules of that region and launched a powerful attack on the void domain. Yun Nuoxing was also worried that someone would come and cause trouble, so he arranged for Jing Yuanji to seal the world barrier in advance and replace it with the creation's barrier. This stabilized the world barrier of this world, so that the enemy would not be able to launch a large-scale attack on the laws. However, he did not expect that someone would use another world barrier to block this world barrier from the inside. This way, the world of gods would not be able to do anything. At the same time, it also blocked him outside. No wonder the people of that race could keep coming into this world. The world barrier has been tampered with long ago. The space and the laws of that world do not belong to any side now. Anyone can use it. Yun Nuoxing knocked on the world barrier. And they have already done it. This world barrier has been here for a while. It's just that it has only been activated now. They are really well prepared. It seems that they have already planned this. I Ching smiled bitterly. They were really slow. They did not even know that the world barrier had been tampered with. Dark red energy surged into the netherworld ruin sword, as if it was covered with a layer of energy crystals. Yun Nuoxing pointed the netherworld ruin sword at the world barrier. Suddenly, a surge of energy gushed out from his body and formed a protective layer around the world barrier. After that, he gently pierced the netherworld ruin sword into the world barrier and cut a hole in it. It's not much of an obstacle. Let's go in first. Don't let them know yet. I Ching nodded and took the lead to enter the world barrier. Siyu was also pulled in by Lu Su. Yun Nuoxing was slowly pulled in by the little angel. The protective layer around him slowly shrank to the hole and blocked it. This was to prevent the void from outside from flooding into this world and causing a disaster. Inside the world ball of light, a group of people quickly returned from the energy form of the short teleportation. Figures appeared in the starry sky one after another. I Ching had just welcomed Yun Nuoxing in when the latter raised his hand and opened up an energy barrier, which stunned everyone. Be careful. Before the urgent reminder had even finished, huge doors split open in the starry sky. From these doors, an almost endless, distorted energy storm and energy torrent erupted. The distorted aura instantly made them feel a sense of disgust from the bottom of their hearts. I Ching and the others did not even have time to look at the starry sky before they felt the overwhelming malice. The distorted energy carried all the negative energy in the world. Just its appearance in the surroundings made them feel uncomfortable. The overwhelming energy baptism shook the entire starry sky as if it was buried in a sun. But soon, the energy was exhausted and no more energy waves came. It's just a greeting gift. Those guys have prepared a lot. Even if they bypass the world barrier, there's still a surprise attack from the inside. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand to disperse the energy waves in front of her. She looked at the starry sky. All she could see was a bright red, as if a red cloud had covered the entire starry sky. They're very well prepared. Yun Nuoshing projected a huge image, showing the scene around the realm of the gods. It was a very distant view and could directly see the entire realm of the gods. In the radius of the realm of the gods within an unknown distance, the red cloud was even more exaggerated in front of the realm of the gods. It dyed the sky inside the realm of the gods red. At the very center of the red cloud, there was a burst of energy light from the collision of red and black and gold. The power of order and the power of the gods burst out with a powerful impact, forming a violent illusion around the realm of the gods. It was as if a huge vortex had covered the entire realm of the gods. I Ching and the others' eyes turned into mosquito coils. The defense of the creation's barrier is still stable. Although the energy has dropped to a certain level, it doesn't lower the defense like other energy barriers. There's a conflict of laws at the point of impact, but it's not a problem. The creation's barrier is the most powerful barrier of order that I know of in this world. The impact of the laws is almost ineffective. It's still safe for the time being. It won't be a problem to hold on for another 2 or 3 days. The illusion and energy phenomenon around them were released from the energy leakage of the creation's barrier. The images that were incomprehensible to ordinary people actually contained a lot of information about the realm of the god. It was just that it was very difficult to decipher. Perhaps only the two in the realm of the gods could decipher it, and the primeval realm. The latter was just Yun Nuoshing and Hui's guess, as there was no example of the latter. Jing Yuanji, you may have a clearer view from there. I can only see the red energy cloud from here. Tell me the specific direction of the energy impact. I'll send a few people back while I'm at it. Yun Nuoshing said in the soul. Jing Yuanji was slightly stunned when she heard that. Then she couldn't help but laugh. She used a steady voice to describe the situation and added, "Their energy seems to have weakened a little not too long ago. But it recovered very quickly. I don't know if there's a problem on their side." Weakened suddenly? Yun Nuoshing listened and thought for a while. Then he waved his hand. He couldn't figure out the problem in such a short time. He turned around and threw Siyu to Lu Su. Then he said to I Ching, "I'll send you all back first. You guys take control of the situation inside, and use the creation's barrier." He drew a line in front of him with his finger. "If necessary, launch an attack on those ultimate beings. Hit me as well. Don't worry, that energy belongs to me. It won't hit me." I Ching and the others were shocked when they heard that. They only breathed a sigh of relief after Yun Nuoshing explained. They thought that the observer was going to drag the enemy down with him, or something. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and opened a crack that led directly to the realm of the gods. After I Ching and the others entered, Yun Nuoshing closed the door. Powerful and violent energy began to appear around his body. It was the energy that he had been accumulating along the way. Now it was reaching its limit. The little angel saw the energy that was about to burst out like a hurricane. Mei Mao flashed and her body turned into a beam of light and merged into his body. Her soft and ethereal voice rang in his mind. "Be careful. There are many Empyrean gods on the other side." "Don't worry." Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. His face slowly turned dark and gloomy. "It's been a little calmer recently. I just want to move a little. It's just that little desire to destroy in my heart. I can't suppress it anymore. His deep laughter caused some ripples in the starry sky. The region became slightly darker. Suddenly, the starlight became clear and all of them surged in the same direction. The huge light gathered and caused the space to tremble. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping through the starry sky. Everywhere they passed, there was a mess. The Empyrean gods were the strongest fighting force in the realm of order. The influence of a peak Empyrean god on the battle was too great. It was the most fatal threat. As long as the few of the strongest Empyrean gods were killed, there would be no problem. It was best to attract the attention of the enemy army. Then, when he was busy with the enemy, he could use the creation's barrier to kill them all. Of course, Yun Nuoxing's idea did not escape the little angel, who had become one with him. She looked at him and said leisurely, "In short, raise your brightness to the level of a sun to attract the attention of the enemy. Then you will be beaten up. Then, take the opportunity to get someone to shoot you in the dark." Yun Nuoxing said, "You think I will be beaten up?" Normally, when you jump into the enemy's 100 billion large formation to activate a peerless skill, you'll be the first to be fiercely focused on. As for the results, that's another matter. No matter what, you'll still be beaten up, right? It said with a grin. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and thought for a moment. He felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. So, he decided to ignore the little angel. He quietly mobilized his energy. His condition had also recovered from the hurried journey. At this moment, he was still absorbing energy. Star energy, void energy. Just like what he said at the beginning, he kept a big one. It was probably the most eye-catching one. At this moment, the space around him was in a state of slight distortion. It was a phenomenon caused by the accumulation of energy to a certain extent and affect the surrounding space. He could also achieve the same effect if he unleashed his own aura. However, the distortion at this moment was about to create a vortex. When he felt that it was about time, he performed a teleportation and disappeared from this star field. The starlight that descended here was stunned for a moment because they lost their target. But soon, they sensed the reappearance of their target and rushed further away at a speed that exceeded the limits of the rules. Streaks of starlight gathered together and became a river. Billions of river water surged and gathered into an ocean of light. This was the vicinity of the battle between the distorted race and the celestial realm. Thick red energy clouds surrounded the celestial realm. From time to time, powerful energy waves would erupt from the clouds, illuminating the clouds. From time to time, powerful energy waves would tear the clouds apart and pass through distant areas, leaving traces of energy explosions. In the end, they would either explode or dissipate into thin air. The light of the energy explosions suppressed the sunlight. This was also the reason why the onlookers hurriedly retreated. Some people had already been swept in by the energy waves and died. They did not want to be the unlucky ones. This was what it looked like from afar. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing quietly arrived here and blended into the crowd. No one noticed the obvious abnormal state of his body. He stared at the red clouds in the distance and saw flashes of light from time to time. The color of the clouds had almost turned dark in some places. This was a movement caused by some kind of energy. The energy contained in the clouds was enough for a high-level origin to take a bath. I can't see the center from where I look. Fortunately, Jing Yuanji has already told me. Yun Nuoxing clenched his hands and whispered in his soul. What's next? Don't tell me you're really going to jump into an army of 10,000 to become unparalleled? He said with a little worry. What he said just now was just a joke. Now, he was already in a state of an arrow knocked on the bow. Once he took this step, he would not stop until the other party was defeated or he was defeated. What do you think? Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly and lifted his foot to walk toward the thick blood-red clouds. The sound of him slowly walking out finally attracted the attention of these onlookers. At the same time, They also noticed the spatial distortion caused by the excessive accumulation of energy on his body. They were all stunned. A few of them wanted to open their mouths to say something, but the extremely dangerous feeling coming from his body made them swallow their saliva and quickly shut their mouth. One after another, they made way for him. They looked at this person who was continuously walking out in fear. They could clearly feel that the aura on his body had soared to an abnormally terrifying level in just a few short steps. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and grabbed the Netherruin's sword with both hands. He slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. A blinding white light bloomed from the silver-white sword. It was even more dazzling than the brightest sun. The energy he gathered in his body also surged into the Netherruin's sword as he pulled it out. Shoo! It couldn't help but whistle. In its memories, the Netherruin's sword had only been unsheathed once. That huge scabbard was actually equivalent to some kind of powerful seal. Normally, Yun Nuashing would only use the entire sword and scabbard to strike it. The destructive power it caused was already shocking enough. Now that the seal had been broken. Oh, that's right, he had just recalled that memory. It was during the primordial era, when Xianwei had pulled out the Nethervoid sword. That attack seemed to have buried 100 heavenly origin gods. Not a single one of them had survived, including himself. The sound of the Netherruin's sword being unsheathed was accompanied by a violent roar of energy. The wild sound of energy vibrating caused the entire starry sky to tremble. The surrounding space shattered into hundreds of pieces. A huge pillar of dark red energy shot into the sky, piercing through the red clouds and becoming the most dazzling light in this world. Every living being in this world, felt that movement and the boundless destructive power that instantly filled every inch of this world. The creation of heaven and earth. The end of chaos. The tearing sound of the long sword piercing through the starry sky clearly traveled into the ears of every intelligent being. At that moment, a sense of hopelessness rose in the hearts of all living beings. Those who were still watching had already sensed that something was wrong when they saw Yun Nuashing walk forward and had already begun to retreat. Now, they were retreating as if they didn't care about their lives. It was so chaotic that it was as if a flock of birds and beasts had encountered a great threat. In short, it was a complete mess. On the side of the distorted races, there were also people who suddenly felt an extremely violent destructive energy coming from behind, above, below. It seemed to come from the entire world. They could only feel that they couldn't even sense their own laws. The red clouds suddenly began to boil. A group of shadow beings suddenly turned around and instantly abandoned the creation's barrier. Without fear and without reason, they swarmed toward Yun Nuashing. That person standing with the distorted race also felt something in an instant. His eyes widened and he waved his hands fiercely. A huge shadow appeared out of thin air. However, before the shadow could take shape, an extremely bright dark red light instantly took away everyone's vision. The dark red energy beam rushed from the bottom to the top like an upside-down waterfall, swallowing the entire celestial realm, and even a larger space outside. The huge energy gathered into an aurora-like energy curtain that hung upside down from the top, covering half of the starry sky. It was just a vision formed by the aftermath of the energy, but it was a domain that suppressed all the energy in the entire space to the point that it couldn't move. Only the dark red energy whistled through the air. The torrent of destructive energy instantly engulfed and detonated hundreds of stars near the celestial realm. In an instant, hundreds of super-energies erupted. The brilliant dark red sea of light seemed to burn the entire starry sky. The spectators in the distance immediately lost the ability to move. They were shrouded by the dark red curtain of energy, unable to use any power. They fell silently through the starry sky like birds with broken wings. Their fearful eyes reflected the dark red pillar of energy that had appeared out of nowhere. They felt as if their souls were about to be shattered by the weak energy ripples that were spreading toward them. The violent energy that swallowed the entire celestial realm lasted for more than 10 seconds before it dissipated with a loud bang, leaving behind an endless energy curtain that sprinkled down from the starry sky, replacing the thick layer of energy clouds just now. A huge energy vortex appeared with the unscathed celestial realm as the center. If one looked closely, they could faintly tell that it was a collapsed vortex, just like the vortex that appeared when Yun Nuashing banished the Scarlet Planet into the void. As for the other places, only nothingness was left. It seemed that everything was destroyed in that energy release, not even the void was left. It was as if they had returned to the state before the creation of the world. Everything was nothing but nothingness. I Ching, who had watched the whole process from the celestial realm, turned his head with a stiff expression and said to Jing Yuanji and the others, "I think I can understand why Lord Hui said that Lord Feng is a secret weapon." Jing Yuanji and the others still hadn't recovered from the energy that split the world apart. They nodded with stiff expressions. Chapter 1309. Genesis Splitter, which was unleashed by the Netherruin sword, wiped out everything within a large radius of the realm of the gods. The collapsed void and the realm of the gods were connected to each other, forming a collapsing point that resembled a quicksand vortex. The realm of the gods was at the center of the terrifying vortex, and all beings above the rebirth realm could feel that the void was gradually pouring a large amount of things into the realm of the gods: energy, matter, laws, and order. If the realm of the gods was not so special, it would have slipped into the realm of the gods along with the cascading waterfall. Yun Nuashing had used up all the energy in one go, probably leaving only 1 or 2 points of energy for two-step. Now, he was panting as he leaned on the Netherruin sword, and the barrier of order around him seemed to be on the verge of collapse under the illumination of the starlight. This was the only attack he had expected, and it was enough. He had gathered most of the void's energy, accumulated it, and released it all at once. Even he himself could not tell how destructive that attack was. That guy called Qing or whatever would not have felt good if he had taken it head-on. The energy of the Netherruin sword had been added into the attack. The Empyrean god of origin, who had stood at the pinnacle of the realm of the gods for many years and had been preparing for countless years to reach a higher level. Furthermore, he was also the observer of the realm of the gods, and he also had a divine sword that even the Empyrean god of origin feared. Anyone who came into contact with that attack would have been reduced to nothing. That energy, which contained an endless will of destruction, directly turned everything in the realm of the gods back to their original forms. No matter what had once existed in the realm of the gods, there was only nothingness. Whether the target was physical or intangible, energy or matter, everything was reduced to nothingness in an instant. After losing several peak origin lifeforms that were suspected to be their highest controllers, the shadow lifeforms that appeared out of thin air seemed to have lost control. Their intelligence wasn't high to begin with, and now, they were showing signs of going out of control. Their furious roars shook the entire void, startling the onlookers inside and outside the realm of the gods. Just as everyone thought that those fellows were going to risk their lives to continue their assault on the realm of the gods, their deranged state suddenly returned to normal. Then, like a well-trained army, they turned around and fled back to the teleportation gate in the starry sky. Interesting, very interesting. Consider this battle your victory. In the collapsed void, a blurry figure gradually appeared. He was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. There were a few armor-like things floating around the joints of his body. It was that person. He chuckled and clapped his hands. He looked at Yun Nuo, who was standing in the starry sky with both hands on his sword. This battle was rushed. I didn't have the chance to ask for advice properly. May I know your name? Seeing that person was actually able to survive after being caught in the center of the energy explosion, the Empyreans and the realm of the gods all gasped in shock. Their faces were all distorted, and most of them were scared out of their wits. That's not right. That guy, if you look carefully, that guy is just a divine soul. He escaped with only one divine soul. And he's very weak right now, and his soul is on the verge of exhaustion. I Ching's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw the state of that person, and could not help but say it. Hearing this, Jing Yuanji and the others let out a small sigh of relief. They really thought that the person could survive their Lord Observers, Genesis Splitter, and emerge unscathed. Yun Nuoshing raised his head, pretending that he was standing very steadily. His expression was solemn and indifferent. He placed both hands on the tip of the Nethervoid sword and calmly said, "Realm of the gods, Feng Ling." He had guessed that a person who had attempted to break through to the primeval realm a few eras ago would not be so easy to kill. Even if he was in his peak condition, it would take him a while to fight him one-on-one. His main goal this time was to resolve the crisis that the realm of the gods was facing. After all, there were more than 100 Origin Realm powerhouses hiding in the thick red cloud. He did not need to use a little more power to deal with those scattered across the realm of the god. If he did not use a little more power, what if the person was not completely dead? What if he was hiding? In summary, he used this attack and silently said in his heart, "Kill that person while you're at it." But now, it seemed that he did not use enough power. Little Star is out of power, and that person looks very weak. Could it be that they're in a stalemate? Siyu whispered. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. They did not know what to do now. Logically speaking, it would be best to leave that person who seemed to be a threat here, but who knew if Lord Feng had his own ideas? Feng Ling, I'll remember this name. There's someone as strong as you in the void. Looks like it won't be lonely. That person chuckled softly. He looked harmless, and there was a hint of joy in his voice as he said, "God Realm, I'll return this mystical world to you for the time being. The next time we meet, I'll make you pay for today's defeat." He laughed softly, and the space around him showed signs of collapsing. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to move slightly, but the former saw this and said, "Oh, don't be rash. There are still many people watching here. You still have to spend some effort to deal with those people. Don't ruin everything because of a momentary thought. You're from that race? The race with the power of distortion," Yun Nuoshing said softly. "If that's your opinion of our race, then so be it." As he laughed, the remnant of his soul slowly fell into the distorted space, and was about to be teleported away. "I forgot to mention that my name is Chong Kong. It's the name I use when I walk in this world. Then, the next time we meet, my friends from the realm of the gods, I'll cut off your fingers that are holding the sword one by one, hee. The world barrier of this world had been sealed long ago, but it could not stop a heavenly god who was heavily injured from escaping. Just like when Yun Nuo returned from planet Yun Nuo, the distorted barrier would not cause any trouble for him. When Chong Kong wanted to leave, the barrier temporarily replaced by the creation's barrier could not stop him, unless it was the creation's barrier itself. "Open the door." Yun Nuoshing suddenly said 2 words to the entire starry sky. She stared at the distorted and collapsed space. These 2 simple words stunned everyone, including Chong Kong. He frowned, and a vague feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. The speed of the teleportation became much faster. A blue energy cloud floated up from the collapsed space behind him, and the power of space gathered crazily. The transparent energy barrier that enveloped the entire realm of the gods, the creation's barrier, suddenly had a layer of strange energy ripples on the surface. Ripples splashed out from the creation's barrier, bringing about an abnormal energy storm. It seemed like countless energy lights began to gather, and a layer of waves surged on the barrier. On the surface of the barrier, it looked like a very short layer of faint lines, but upon closer inspection, we realized that it was an energy tide that was hundreds of millions of miles tall. In an instant, it gathered from all directions of the creation's barrier to the place where Yun Nuoshing was. All the ripples retracted and gathered. "Oh no! The crazily gathering energy shocked Chang Kong. The space gate that he was guiding suddenly collapsed. The energy cloud immediately collapsed and swept him away from this place. The energy on the creation's barrier had already gathered the moment he moved. The entire huge barrier suddenly trembled violently, as if there was a huge earthquake in the realm of the gods. Then, a light that gathered endless energy of the realm of the gods burst out like an eternal light. It condensed into a brilliant light that was only tens of thousands of feet wide, tearing apart the light in the entire world. Under the illumination of that layer of light, everything in the world dimmed. In an instant, it burned through the void and the land of nothingness. Even the void became the place where the light shone. In the end, it mercilessly crashed into the space gate that Chang Kong had yet to close tightly. The eternal energy flashed with an energy that could overturn everything. All the onlookers were almost blinded. Their entire vision turned gray, and an unprecedented sense of death gripped their hearts tightly. They only saw that the energy flashing that was tens of thousands of feet wide had shrunk to only tens of feet wide, and it easily pierced through the space gate. Endless energy poured into the space gate that led to the space gate. The energy flashing came and went in just a few seconds. The entire world seemed to have stagnated for a few seconds. After a while, it began to move again. Colors continued to recover, and slowly, everything in the world was dyed with the colors it should have. The space gate had collapsed and disappeared. No one knew what had happened in that space, and whether that champion had escaped. Yun Nuoxing's eyes followed that ray of light and saw the scene on the other side of the void. It lasted for a few seconds. The destructive impact that could shatter the void and nothingness had destroyed half of the stars in that world. The stars that were protected by powerful energy did not even survive the first impact. Like white paint on an ink painting, everything that was touched by the destructive energy was melted by that energy. His eyes immediately followed that energy and looked at that world. It was a world of light, full of abnormal rules and abnormal order. Everything that he knew about the world of order did not seem to work in that world. Everything was unknown and unfamiliar. A huge star appeared in the distance where the energy flashed. It was a red-black planet that was dozens of times larger than the average planet. It was shrouded in hundreds of layers of red energy barriers and contained countless powerful energies. With such a massive and complex energy shield and such a powerful presence, that was probably the base camp of the distorted races. He saw it, but had no way to deal with them. The energy torrent was definitely not enough to destroy that world. When the portal crossed the sky, part of its energy had been depleted due to an ultra-long-distance void teleportation. In the stars, it was restored to its colossal size of 100 million miles, sweeping through everything it touched. The spreading energy shockwave destroyed an area of millions of light-years, and the long-distance attack had consumed most of its energy. In the end, less than 60% of its energy was spilled on the red-black planet, and it exploded with a loud bang. The sound of destruction that sounded like the end of the world carried with it millions of overlapping super-energy shock waves that spread across the entire world in an instant. Within an unknown distance with the planet as the center, countless stars flickered and then dimmed. The distorted starry sky collapsed and disintegrated. The planet that was wrapped in a tortoise shell also erupted with extremely powerful energy, offsetting most of the destructive shock wave. However, it also allowed the energy to lift more than 100 layers of their defenses. Some of the destructive shock waves penetrated the barriers and crashed into the Earth like meteorites crashing into the Earth, causing one side of the planet to collapse for dozens of miles. The large crack that penetrated the planet instantly spewed out the most violent black flames. The pressure from the inside and outside almost caused the planet to shatter into pieces. However, there was still a powerful energy that restrained the planet, causing only one side of it to show signs of collapse and explosion. The other parts of the planet trembled faintly, but it did not disintegrate further. "You've disturbed the realm of gods, so I'll destroy your world. You want to fight me in return?" Hey, you're still too early. There are only a dozen people in this world who could fight me, and you lot? Go back and cultivate again for a few hundred years. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself indifferently, his hand that was holding onto his long sword trembling slightly. He could actually use that energy to teleport to the other world, but now was not the time. He did not know what was in the enemy's territory, and the Empyrean god's counterattack was extraordinarily frightening. There might be no less Empyrean gods than the realm of gods, and his current condition was too poor. He could not charge in and out of the army, so he could only give up. An encirclement in exchange for a blow to the face sounded like a loss. The realm of gods had consumed a lot of energy and needed to be replenished, and he might need to sit in the pillar of creation to help replenish it. After that blow, parts of the creation's barrier behind him flickered faintly like a formation that was about to run out of energy. Its energy was reaching its limit, and if another wave of attacks were to come, he might have to summon the front line back to defend. Yun Nuoshing pulled the nethervoid sword out of the void, took the scabbard that was floating beside him, and put it away. He vanished in a flash and walked into the creation's barrier. As he disappeared into the creation's barrier, the entire barrier rippled like water. Looking at the situation inside again, one could only see a completely still image like a beautiful landscape painting. He did not forget that there were many people watching from outside, but they probably would not dare to do anything in the short term. If they still had the same idea after seeing his power, it could only mean that they wanted to die, and he could send them on their way. I'll have to trouble everyone to maintain the creation's barrier this time. Go back and rest for a while. Those who still have energy, help me check the energy concentration of the entire realm of gods and the strength of its laws. Yun Nuoshing appeared in front of Jing Yuanji, Cu, and the others. She looked exhausted, and her beautiful face was dull and lifeless. After resting for a while, strengthen the defenses of the world where the God realm is located and monitor the void. I Ching, take a look at the situation at the front line. As for the losses in the battle, Yun Nuoshing's order only a group of injured people had appeared in the realm of gods. There were no fallen celestial gods. The biggest loss was probably that they had used an unusually large amount of energy from the realm of God. The creation's barrier might be in a state of low energy for a while. On the other hand, the distorted races had lost a lot of combat power. Although it was a good thing, it did not mean that the number of enemies would decrease next time. Their special, shadow life forms were almost endless, and they still could not think of a special way to deal with them. The celestial gods in the realm of gods were very high in quality, but in terms of numbers they were much, much smaller. I've obtained a set of coordinates from the distorted races. The energy from the realm of gods had just penetrated that world, and it might have affected the world barrier of that world. This is what I've obtained at that time. Send someone to carefully check it out. They should have been attacked as well, and there shouldn't be any trouble for a while. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Those who were injured had just stood up and bowed when Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and pressed them back to the ground. When they heard him mention the coordinates, a sacred light appeared on their faces. Their hearts were filled with indescribable worship and reverence, as expected of Lord Feng. First, he saved the celestial realm from being surrounded. Then, he fought his way into the enemy's world. Most importantly, he even obtained a set of coordinates. The enemy was in the dark while we were in the light. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that they had guessed that they had been exposed and were preparing to move. So, they had to take advantage of the fact that those people hadn't left yet to take a look and observe. Leave the arrangements to me, Lord Feng. You? Lord Feng. I Ching cupped his hands respectfully. Just as he was about to urge Yun Nuoshing to take a rest, he saw Yun Nuoshing falling forward. He hurriedly stretched out his hand, but Siyu was one step ahead and caught him steadily. I Ching quickly went to check on him, and his eyebrows twitched. He's free. But it's fine, he's not injured. He just needs to rest for a while. Both Lord Feng and Lord Hui are in a state of slumber. I feel a little panicked. I Ching could not help but laugh bitterly, and when he saw that the other's expressions had changed, he quickly put on a serious face and said, "But this is our realm of gods. It's fortunate that Lord Feng was here this time. He had considered everything, and even single-handedly dispelled the enemy's attack. That said, we can't always rely on the two of them to protect the realm of gods. We should also contribute." Yes, Lord I Ching is right. The Empyrean gods of origin, who were resting and recovering, nodded solemnly and stood up. We can't always rely on the two of them to protect this realm. This is our realm. What do you all say? The youth who had been bickering with Jing Yuanji stood up as well, his expression indifferent. To put it bluntly, we're still too weak. We're being beaten up inside the creation's barrier, and we can only assist in the defense. We can't fight outside. Heh, that won't do, that won't do. I have to go back and cultivate. When the next battle comes, I'll return this humiliation 1,000,000 times over. Jing Yuanji could not help but roll her eyes. All right, enough with the idle chatter. Let's all go and get some rest. Lord Feng just said that there's still something we need to do. We all know the reason why things have turned out this way, and it's good that we know. We just have to think of a way to solve it. Siyu was holding Yun Nuoxing, who had fainted. Seeing the fighting spirit that everyone had because of him, she could not help but look down at him. She felt strange. I Ching happened to be looking at her. Seeing her expression, he could not help but smile. Don't worry, Lord Feng is fine. He's just exhausted. It's best to find a quiet place for him. Oh, let the two of them have a good rest. They'll recover soon. Leave the rest to us. You don't have to worry. Jing Yuanji, send Lord Feng and this little girl back. She knows that place. Jing Yuanji put her hands together. With a wave of her hand, she disappeared with Siyu and Yun Nuoxing. I Ching looked at the others present, and they all looked at him. I Ching took a deep breath and nodded. Let's all go and get some rest. 3 days later, we'll gather at the Divine Prefecture's holy city. It's time to talk about what's next. Chapter 13:10. Lightning, flames, hurricanes, energy storms, all kinds of energies were constantly pouring down from the vast battlefield. The energy crystals that stood in the void directly destroyed the energy barriers of the 3,000 divine realms with a single charge. The world of light was also pierced through. The deadly energy of the void crashed into the world of light like seawater, drowning the world in an instant and began to devour everything within it. Laws, order, energy, life, everything was reduced to nothingness. The rebirth realm elites who did not have time to open their realm of order suffered varying degrees of injuries when they were hit by the impact of nothingness and void. Attacks and battles continued to take place in the void like a storm. Endless amounts of energy turned the void. Oh, it couldn't even be called a void anymore. 4 to 6 hours ago, there was only pure nothingness left in this place. There was no such thing as a void anymore. The 3,000 divine realms fearlessly launched deadly attacks at the experts of the God realm. The energy they accumulated with their lives slammed into the void seal again and again, but they couldn't even cause a single ripple of energy to appear. Go! Monarch Green waved his hand, and a person beside him quietly disappeared from under the crystal energy tower. A moment later, a small group of people stealthily bypassed the battlefield at the edge of the void battlefield. Using the energy of the world of light that was drowned in the void as a cover, they quietly disappeared into the world behind the 3,000 divine realms. Seeing those people disappear stealthily, I Ching nodded and waved his hand fiercely. In this vast and boundless battlefield, under those huge energy balls and energy storms, the size of 4 or 5 people put together was not even the size of an ant. No one would notice that a portion of the people on the battlefield had suddenly disappeared. Advance the battle line, continue to shrink the blockade circle, and push them back for me, Monarch Green said coldly. energy as vast as the sea poured out of the void, and the elites of the 3,000 divine realms fell like wheat being cut down. Among these people who participated in the battle, the weakest was at the divine realm, and the strongest was at the Empyrean god of origin. But that was it. They posed no threat to the elites of the divine realm. Mournful screams and angry roars, accompanied by the vibrations of the rules, constantly resounded in the void. The elites of the 3,000 divine realms rushed over in waves and were uniformly turned into pure energy annihilation. This repeated many times, but it was still as if there was an endless stream of energy rushing over. Those who rushed to the front forcibly held up the fragmented energy barrier, using their energy bodies and flesh as a defense, shielding the people behind them as they rushed to the front of the void blockade circle, launched their most powerful attack, and then detonated all the energy in their bodies to usher in another round of destruction. Monarch Green commanded this battle with unusual calmness. Normally, this would be an absolutely abnormal thing. He should have been charging and breaking through the enemy lines, but at this moment, he was quiet and commanding the battle. The enemy also had a commander who was close to madness, frantically and resolutely commanding and struggling. If an ant wanted to survive in the midst of a giant dragon's play, it would need to do everything it could. An Empyrean god of origin rushed to the side of the void blockade circle with a crazy grin. At this moment, all the energy gathered in his body was released at once. At the same time, the divine power in his body also emitted the most violent fluctuations. A warrior of the divine realm saw this and gently pointed a few fingers, shattering half of the Empyrean god's body and divine soul, but there was no way to stop the violent energy in his body. He couldn't help but frown. He exchanged glances with the people next to him and nodded. The energy circulation in the crystal tower suddenly changed. The crystal tower, which was pouring out endless destructive energy, suddenly released a gorgeous energy light, which fell on the energy barrier and multiplied its defensive power. Boom! An energy storm comparable to the creation of the world instantly flashed across the entire void. The void was completely destroyed. The unparalleled energy, along with countless shock waves, almost all of it fell on the void blockade circle, causing it to ripple like monstrous waves. Even part of the space, rules, and order that formed the energy barrier were partially distorted, as if it would collapse at any time. This was not the first Empyrean god bomb that had rushed over. Its specifications were also among the highest. The energy contained in an Empyrean god of origin detonated it in one go. The power of the detonation was enough to overturn the void. Detonate all the small worlds. Blast a path out. A voice as crazy as ever rang out from within the light of destruction. This voice rang out several times in the void. Every time it rang out, the shock it brought would cause everyone in the divine realm to be on high alert. Just like this time, the heavenly deities of the divine realm could not help but feel their cheeks twitch when they heard this voice. Bang, bang, bang! One after another, huge illusory shadows appeared behind the Empyrean gods of the 3,000 divine realms like illusory clouds. Each world was personally created by them and contained a lot of energy. Some of the world lights even gave birth to life, but it was useless. At this moment, they were only used as sacrifices. Blue Vein coldly observed the entire space. In this part of the void, he suddenly saw thousands upon thousands of clouds of light emerging. Each of them was like a star of energy, shining with extremely lethal energy in the dark night. In a few short minutes, that grayish-white color had spread across the half-destroyed world before him. More light clusters floated out from the world lights behind them. Like reinforcements, they were filled with energy and were not afraid of death. They only wanted to perish together with the enemy. "Is it time to go all out?" Green said calmly and waved his hand. "Gather the energy in the energy towers according to the agreement. Everyone, maintain the energy in the energy towers. Everyone else, continue. They want to end the battle with a single blow, so let's do as they wish." The Empyrean gods clasped their hands respectfully. The crystals that kept pouring out energy completely disappeared in a few seconds. All the energy was withdrawn and gathered in the energy towers. The Empyrean gods who were maintaining the energy in the towers all made hand seals. Apart from a dozen or so energy towers that were still pouring out energy in the void, everyone else stopped as they obeyed the order. The energy crystals piled up in the towers as if they did not care about their own lives. The giant tower at the center of the towers that was 1,000 feet tall continuously received energy from all the targets who were disembarking. Although only a dozen or so energy towers were still operating, there were still hundreds of Empyrean gods of origin standing guard. They did not allow anyone to leave this part of the void or break the void seal. The 3,000 divine realms could not withstand the energy here at all. The warriors of the divine realm watched as the Empyrean gods were weakened with the gradual disappearance of the world lights and the disappearance of the rules. Being in the void, they had to guard against the dense torrents of energy flowing over the battlefield while dedicating all of their energy. Every time a life form rushed before the barrier, they would release their energy in an instant and choose to self-destruct to take the enemy down with them. Of course, self-destruction was just a fantasy. If anyone in the divine realm died because of the self-destruction of an Empyrean god of this level, they would be laughed at by all the other gods in the divine realm. The other side clearly did not have any better strategy. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. They knew that this day had come when they received news that their outer perimeter had been breached in an extremely short period of time. They just wanted to take a good look at this world. Strange. Have you guys noticed that there are only 3,000 divine realms in the void? The aura of their cultivation is almost exactly the same, but there are no signs of other life forms. 17 main worlds together formed the 3,000 divine realms. There are at least tens of thousands of factions in other worlds, and they should not have been roasted by us, or rather, I haven't seen anyone with other auras, Monarch Green said softly. When the person beside him heard that, he pondered while condensing an energy crystal tower. After a long while, he said, could they have gone into hiding or something? There should be as many factions in these 1,000 worlds as there are sand in the ocean. Apart from 80% of the life forms rushing to the divine realm, the others, there should be a lot of them in so many worlds. You all heard it just now, they are risking their lives. If they do not intend to show themselves now, they must have chosen to hide in the world occupied by the void. There is another possibility. Another person who was also guarding the crystal tower waved his hand. The huge forces we are facing are actually abandoned pawns. On the surface, it looks like they have been forced into a dead end, but in fact, it could be that they were originally planning to stay behind. They know, and so does the other group. While this group is engaged in a fierce battle with us, some of them will slip away from other places or go into hiding. Lord Maple also said that he does not think that these fellows are really planning to self-destruct here. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared out of thin air in the void. Their eyes were filled with madness as they rushed out of the void. The energy in their bodies went wild at this moment, as if thousands of suns had been ignited. The violent sound of the world splitting apart once again bloomed in the void. The rumbling sound of the laws, along with the huge vision of the heavenly gods dying, circulated in this place without dissipating, shaking the void seal so much that it almost burst open a crack. After all, those were the heavenly gods of origin, the powerful life forms closest to the top in this world. In the face of this scene, Green could not help but frown. His heart was still filled with coldness. This was a war of extermination. This was a war. Because the seeds had been planted, the scene at this moment was the fruit they had longed for. When they first used the tree they obtained from the distorted life form to deal with the divine realm, it was already a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The ending was that the divine realm withstood that attack, and the 3,000 divine realms no longer had much power to resist the wrath of the divine realm after the attackers were all killed. They rushed to the front of the void seal as if they were risking their lives, wanting to use their lives to pile up the barrier. They had no other choice but to go all out while the enemy was also accumulating energy to deal with their final trump card. As if he had seen enough of this boring drama, Green waved his arm fiercely, and all the energy of the crystallized energy towers gathered in the energy tower beside him. It was like an ocean, like a sea of stars, endless and unimaginable. It carried a huge amount of energy that was unimaginable, and it faced off against the enemy's energy light that was filled with the power of endless destruction. Just as he was about to give the order to release all the energy, I Ching's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Big Brother Green, the crisis of the divine realm has been resolved. You don't have to be too anxious on your side." Green was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly shouted in joy, "Lord Feng has succeeded. The crisis of the divine realm has been resolved." Everyone stared blankly for 3 to 4 seconds before bursting into laughter. Then, the energy in their bodies abruptly surged to the max, and the energy that had gathered instantly became hundreds of times stronger. Even the edges of the energy cluster were showing signs of the void crumbling. The news meant that they no longer had to hold back. They no longer had to think about how to conserve energy so that they could end the battle quickly, so that they could return to the God realm and defend it. At this moment, they could fight to their heart's content without any worries. Compared to the ecstasy and excitement of the divine realm, the morale of the 3,000 divine regions was already quite bleak. Green's words had been shouted out, and they all understood. They also all understood. The powerful race that had fought against the worlds of order had also been defeated in the face of the powerful and terrifying divine realm. Every one of their expressions was gloomy, as if they had lost all hope in this life. No, to them, at this moment, they had really lost all hope. They had originally thought that the divine realm's combat strength was just so, and they still had some desire to fight back. But now, facing an opponent who was going all out, they had already lost all hope. "No. I won't allow it. Absolutely not." A powerful Empyrean god of origin roared, and leaped into the energy that had gathered from the destruction of countless worlds. He fused with his body and forcibly raised the energy to an extremely terrifying level. But the price he had to pay was also heavy. His divine body had already begun to disintegrate the moment he entered the light. Faced with the berserk attack of the enemy's highest controller, Monarch Green straightened his face and looked at them seriously. This was the first time in this battle that he was seriously sizing up the enemy. "Respectable opponent, you have a place even in the void. It's a pity that you should never, ever point your spear at the God realm." He waved his hand and said softly, "Everyone, get ready." That was a respectable race, but both sides had their own standpoints, and nothing would change because of this. He was shocked by the scene just now. That crazy and fearless attitude of a great race and force that had existed for countless years in the face of the threat of extinction really made him sigh a little. Then, he would also use his own method to respond to the opponent who had burned everything in his life. "Farewell, my friend. If you forget everything in the next life, I'll buy you another drink then." Green cupped his hands at the opponent who had burned his divine soul and divine body from afar, and then waved his palm down with a loud bang. A vast amount of energy that could drown a galaxy erupted in an instant. The light was dazzling, and it was as if billions of stars had erupted into the most dazzling fireworks in the starry sky. The destructive energy drowned everything in a very short time. In the God realm, I Ching raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. He could sense that the battle was coming to an end. Suddenly, he sighed deeply and shook his head. Victory was clearly in their grasp, but they still had to make such a fuss. Seriously, a bunch of idiot. It was not that he could not understand, but it would have been better if it was another time. The divine realm was busy at the moment, and he was still counting on those people to help repair the creation's barrier when they returned. After continuously enduring the destruction of the distorted energy for several hours, and having its energy extracted several times, even that powerful and special barrier could not stand the continuous impact and needed an emergency rest. If possible, it would be best to solve this matter before the two big shots of the divine realm woke up. But now it seemed unlikely. Repairing the creation's barrier was too difficult.